Sova just
It
now.
hasn't been working regardless. It's been really weird.
Really? I'm so
Just only
sorry.
when I was the only one.
It's
Would it
okay.
work?
Yeah, only when I was the only one could I
You want to
sleep.
try? I'm on a bed right now.
I'm
If
not
y'all wanna
anywhere
try.
near a bed.
Okay, never mind. Carter's
Wait,
not near
Carter,
a
can't
bed.
you build a
Rebecca,
bed or
you're
no?
fucked.
No, I'm in space, but I can get to a thing. Just give me 1 second.
Okay. Yeah, let me know ASAP.
Rebecca's afraid of the dark.
I'm going.
Oh no, I'm good now. It's just like my base was being invaded and all my Pokemon for whatever reason have fractured bones.
They're called pals.
They're Pokemon, all right?
You're,
Like I know how AI works, okay, buddy?
Did you build next to a cliff?
I built next to the ocean.
Why does Nandre sound
probably getting
permanently
stuck.
depressed? Zan was here. It's because
It's because Nandre and I are exes, and
it's because I used to date Rebecca and she's on the server and it's kind of awkward. And
it's kind of
there's
Will's
no
fault. Like
mom
Will
and
shouldn't have
dad.
invited me. Like it's really awkward. Like the tension that's been going on has been really weird.
I was
It's
gonna say
just a
the only
lot.
reason is because
Like there was this girl like at a party, and I literally cockblocked so hard because I was like, I'm just like I don't think I'm ready for Nandre to be seeing other women yet, you know? Even though it was like 2 years ago or whatever. But like, you know, I haven't seen a therapist yet.
2 years ago, yes, the other night at Ted's birthday, I had never even spoken to this girl once in my life. Rebecca goes, Nan, let me introduce you. This is Nandre. I used to date him. He also punched me in the face.
And gave me a black eye.
I've never spoken to this girl. Has no impression of me at all.
And she was like, she knows me well, so she just like wasn't even phased.
This real?
But yeah, Zan was here. If you think I sound depressed, then I don't think you know what depression looks like.
Okay, I don't know why my little green guy has a fractured bone.
I'm in game.
Why is this thing on fire? What is wrong with you?
I don't even know what the second tower I'm supposed to fight is. Like I'm definitely high enough level. I can declare.
I tried to cancel it, didn't work. Oxy, stop pressing the wrong key, you idiot. Are you good, bro? Okay, he's good, I guess. He's just on fire for some reason.
Okay. Let's go make a saddle.
It's too dark right now, right? I kind of hate it. I hate how dark it is. Okay. Save him. It ran over the fire. I know, they're so
I
stupid.
don't think Rebecca's laugh sounds like a real laugh. That's because she doesn't do a real laugh.
I stopped laughing when we broke up, okay? Like, you know this. Like, it's your fault. I used to laugh, guys. I just wanted to say, do your guys' pals run into the fire, like the campfire, and just get set ablaze randomly?
Rebecca, I went over to your base and I put a bunch of campfires down so your pals just all burn.
That's not true.
Not yet. Not yet.
He's
If
fucking
I put
insane.
on warm armor,
Hi, Casey
and I'm
Batman.
not
I
in the
used to
cold
laugh.
area,
Does that happen in
stab
game?
debuffs.
Yeah, didn't you see him on fire?
When does the game not care?
I am AI. You guys want to see my boobs? They're extra big, actually, because,
She didn't miss it.
like,
That shit was in.
they're AI boobs. So they're, like, just really fucking
Yeah.
massive right now.
She kind of cooked me.
I'm just kidding.
It takes so long.
Can I
to
get
make
some
a
hellos in the
saddle.
chat? I'm going to mute them because I just want to talk to you guys.
Where's the penguins?
Guys, can I get some hellos in the chat? I feel like I haven't talked to you guys all day. I feel like I'm needy. I'm really needy right now. I just need you guys. The mon with the fracture? I have no idea, dude, to be honest. Is this a new photo or is this a new photo? I don't know. I just fed him, so I think he's getting better. Maybe I should put him in the box. I have no idea how to heal them yet. Should we do an 8-hour stream? Wait, Leo, what happened? Wait, did I finish telling my story about my sister? Yeah, so my friend, like, was talking to my sister, and I thought they would make a perfect... Oh, I don't want to lift this fucking bitch-ass cow. Penguin is taking a break. Okay. Depressed? Oh, I need to pet them, I think. 4? Oh, he's hungry? Okay. Oh, he's working. Pet. So I can't pet all of them. Other Boston Bean Dog? I love Snubble. She's so cute. Okay, is it still depressed? I pet it. Why are you depressed? depressed. Do I not have enough beds or something? Maybe I should switch out the moms in here. Maybe they'll stop to be like, they're literally living so good rent free, and they have the audacity to be fucking depressed. Like, okay, you're gonna go in the box. Like, I don't know what you think this is, but like, you guys live for free, you work for free, you stay safe, you don't get eaten and shot, and you guys have the audacity to be fucking depressed in my dumbass base? Like, no. Like, you're gonna live in the fucking box now. Make better decisions, alright? Idiots. I'm so toxic. I need a water one. Alright, Coupon. What, I have 2 lamb balls. I'll take this one. But yeah, the rest of you idiots are gonna stay in here. I don't think Dave's even that good, but whatever. Alright. So I think really quickly, oh my god, is this a wild mon? This is a wild mon. Oh my god, stop attacking them, you fuck! They killed him! I wanted it! No! How could they? How could they? Oh, this is too fucking heavy. I have like 2,000 wood. Drop. Escape. This is great. I have so much fucking resources. I guess they did work hard. Free Toro steak. Who the hell is Toro steak? Oh, no items in queue? Okay. Oh, nobody has been making stone? Okay. Oh, yeah. So, story time. Okay, I have to get back. This is why I have to drink caffeine when I stream, because I have to remember, like, okay, play game, read chat. Pokemon don't understand the concept of money. Well, that explains why Coco doesn't understand the concept of money. Like, literally, like, Coco lives so good her whole life, okay? And, like, she be on some bougie shit. And she has the audacity to fucking not do anything for, like, 10 years. Like, it's crazy. Oh, this thing can't even do that. Asks us all to say hi, then ignores us. When I see depressed people in the chat, I find them a date. I mean, that's what I did for my sister and my friend. Because, like, he went through a divorce. He has 2 kids. He's kind of like a big guy. Like, he's a chubby guy. And, like, nothing wrong with being chubby or whatever. I really like, I think my friend's a great person. Whatever. Like, I'm not, like, my sister likes him, though. Like, I know she has a type. And she would date him if, like, oh, I can do a high quality workbench. Kind of sick. Okay. But, like, oh, this is actually really easy to make. Is the game too loud? It's a Red Bull kind of night. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to stay up and play video games all night if you guys are down. Alright, let's see what I need to build. I need more power fluid. If we drop this wood. Oh, you know what I can do? I can do a chest. That would be probably good. Oh, fuck yeah. Wait, no. Can I not place that there? Maybe I want to put it inside. leather, stone. Where's the fucking resources? I guess a venom gland is heart. Took organ. Damn, I'm still 2,000 pounds. Oh, I need to put away the big wood. Okay, we're good. Oh, we need to capture one more POW. If you right click it, moves the stack. Oh, really? Yeah. Hi, Sangadi. How have you been enjoying Power World? Are you excited? I bet you and Fire are going to play tomorrow, huh? Are you excited? This game is so good. I love this game. Like, I'm immediately addicted. I never played Ark. Did you play Ark? So, like, the second I started playing this game, I was like, yep. I have always wanted to play this game. Wait, why are they depressed? Oh, they're in good condition. We're going to start probably a slacker. In good condition? Okay. I hope she plays. Dude! I think she's just scared to like it. You know what I mean? Like, because she's like, I know how I am with this game, and I'm scared to like it too because, like, if we like this game and everybody stops playing it in 2 weeks, like, I would be so sad. Right now I'm playing with Nandre, Wake. Oh, I should probably put their names in my title. Nandre, Wake, Haas. Is it just Carter talking?
Just buy it.
Carter, why is
Huh.
everyone muted but you?
Nandre is unboxing something. Wake is
Unboxing D's nuts? GG, got him.
Yup. Haas is farming, and Wake is probably talking to his chat.
He's what?
Talking to his chat, probably.
How fucking dare.
How dare he? That's like an oxy move right there.
Okay. I was like, that's weird. I was like, no, like, Carter's
I'll
just
never need leather again.
vibing,
Spent
I guess.
all my money.
Okay, let's go. Wait, 3. But yeah, I really like this road. But like, I think she would like again. I think she's like me. Like she's scared that nobody's gonna like the game after a little bit.
I
But
mean,
I'm in a
you
server with
don't
like
really.
a couple LA friends for right now. But I have like 4 worlds.
My bad. Basically, whoever created Paul World, I think they stole Nintendo's MMO and they tried to reskin it really quickly. Because even the character, the stance doesn't make any sense. No animator would put that stance for holding a torch. That character's in a fighting stance. So it's like when they reskinned it, they're just copying the characters. And no art director or art lead would ever approve the animation like this to go forward. Because it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Paul World looks like, has the appearance. We see this from time to time. It's at the video game decades. That they like stole, like someone maybe stole Nintendo's MMO and tried to reskin it as quick as they can. Because the animations don't make any sense. Animation riding right here, and animation holding a torch. And we've seen this before with other video game companies. But yeah. Now the crazy part is, it would probably take like the state of California prosecutors to investigate, and all they have to do is basically check like the monsters. People are like, what? They would compare the models and the rigs of the monsters in this world to the models and the rigs. Are they a 1-to-1 ratio with Nintendo's MMO? That Nintendo's probably been working on MMO. See what I'm saying? That's all it would take. And it kind of just, it's like, yeah. The thing with digital is that the signature is essentially, there's so many moving parts that you couldn't change on the moving parts. So if Power World looks like they stole Nintendo's MMO and tried to reskin it really quickly and their animators weren't paying attention, the one thing that they can't even fix is every part of the land is a fixed vertex point in time. It's a grid coordinate. Every single inside here, there's like thousands of vertexes, millions of vertexes. They're all a point with a math equation. So like I said, if New York prosecutors or California prosecutors, all they have to do is literally look at the rig and the unit from a Nintendo build and Power World's build, and if any of the units match up, like a 1-to-1 ratio, then, well, just saying. And what's crazy is that we've seen this time to time. We've seen this time and time again in the video game industry. For the past 30 years, we've seen this in video games. But it really would just take, basically, almost like the mistake of one company to another. So, like, California prosecutors, what they should have did was look at the animation models between Blizzard and Dota 2. That's what they should have did. And those vertexes and animations would line up like a 1-to-1 ratio. And that's how you kind of just, match the stolen IP. Because how the legal case, how they ended it on, they said that Dota 2 was so much different. It was like 70% different or something like that. They're like, it's over 70% different than the original Warcraft 3. That's what makes it unique. What they failed to do, when I look back at that case again, and I know my design perspective, they should have just took the rigs and the animation from Blizzard and the rigs and animation from Dota 2 and just lined them up, and you'll notice that all the vertices match. That was the final key of like, hey, look, they stole their game from them. Quite literally. And then try to reskin it. That would have been the more of a, different legal case outcome would probably occur. So to me, it just looks like with Paul World, I don't know, like somebody, yeah. Hey, you know what's so crazy? Pokemon experts are so good at being Pokemon experts that I guarantee you, they know like the look and the feel of certain kind of Pokemon, how they react, fight, because they've been playing Pokemon on like handheld and console for 20 years, whatever. That they've seen the 3D versions of their Pokemon that they've battled, and they know how they stand in a fight. Like everyone kind of knows what a Charizard looks like. Everyone knows how like a Squirtle kind of fights. Everyone knows how Pikachu fights because we've seen them fight for so long. That if this game has any, you've seen their monsters in their world, in Paul World, that look and act like, let's say, like their counterpart in the Pokemon world, that would also kind of give credence and evidence to probable cause to have state prosecutors take a look at Palworld. But yeah. Oh, you know what? I think I understand what they were trying to do. But why are there chickens as Pokemon? Wait. Oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. You know what looks so funny? These small round chickens look like they're too big for that model. Is it just me? Those chickens look like they should be like half that size or a quarter that size. Like even just size wise for a model, they look a little too big. There's a lot of glitches for Palworld to be being launched like this. Are those two fighting? Bro, what? What the hell? What the hell? But that's pretty funny. Sorry, my father just texted me. What did I just click? I have no idea what I just clicked. I'm chilling. I'm just chilling. Don't mind me.
Yeah, that's what I'm having.
Huh?
Nice sweater, thanks guys. It's not a Pokemon game? It is a Pokemon game. It's better than Pokemon. It's AI Pokemon. Yeah, definitely need some good balls. Maybe I should just go farm the good balls. And
What? I don't understand. What? Oh, she needs more of these Paul spheres, right?
that's it? Oh, because I don't have enough fucking...
Wait, why would...
He can't be assigned? God damn it, my team sucks. I didn't bring the fucking cat.
Ouch. Poor cat. Poor cat.
Well, we got 2 balls to my name. This might be an L. This might be a fucking L. Sorry, guys. ChatGPT Pokemon?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
I need balls, so I need to go... I have so much wood.
Sorry, sis. Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got a ball. Where's my torch? Why do I have two bows? I should just discard this. Eh, if it breaks. I'll do this. Oh, I got a ring of the earth. That's kind of cool. Wait, that's the first
But
chest.
I.
Tyler Fisher, thank you. Oh, that's what I wanted. What is that? That's crazy. That is wood. There's a blue glowing thing over there. What is that? A cell phone? I feel like exploring for things at night is so much better because you can see things so much better. Oh, okay, that's a lift moth. I don't care about that. I like this game too. I think it's so pretty. I'm gonna go here. Oops. We're good though. We found some bows.
Okay.
Oh, what the hell? What was that?
Oh, I think it's okay, but not my cup of tea. Disgusting. But that's it. It's what Scar put. He put power player disgusting, and I was like reading it out loud. Power player disgusting. I am not kind of. Oh. Let me. Here's game again. Just. Let me. But power player disgusting. It's just that really is my fault, but not that big of a fan of this game. Pretty much.
That's stupid.
You know what it looks like too? Like they didn't want to pay people to do the alpha testing for the game, and they just launched it as an alpha phase. There's a whole bunch of bugs and glitches everywhere. Like, is this a whole empty town? Is it supposed to be like that? Or was it just that they stole the game, reskinned it, and everyone's running around as, like, the beta mode for the game? Hmm. Yeah, it's just the game looks like it's series supposed to be empty. Oh, wait, there's a character? There we go. Oh, 2 more characters? Nice. Why is there a bunch of empty buildings? Like they stole the game, reskinned it, but they don't have a big enough team to deal the assets, and they didn't want to pay alpha testers. Hmm. Someone just threw a whole bunch of stuff into like a shot key really quickly. It could be bad team design, bad leadership, because no shopkeeper would ever have their shop look like that. Do you see what I'm saying? Why is the village chief standing over here? Even from a game standpoint, is he floating off the ground? No team lead, no director would ever prove that. Do you see what I'm saying? Well, only other game design graduate students, or maybe game devs would understand what I'm saying. There's too much of the designs look like they possibly have taken existing Pokemon 3D models and just stretched them or combined the existing material. Like this Pokemon right here. Looks like they took an existing Pokemon and stretched its... Someone named Damien came to chat saying, I came here to save my parents' marriage. I don't think that's how this works, my friend. Your parents' marriage is a relationship thing. It has to do with, it was oh, there's no info. They're just a person. Don't worry. Dude, that sound is a little too annoying. You know what that sound is? It's the positioning of the bullet. So what they did in the game... Right, so hold on. What is going on? I don't understand why Carter J was screaming. Or Jody. Jody? That's a shorthand version of a name. I understand everyone calls her Jody. And not that it's not her real name. Because you're allowed to have more than one name. But if they got an aunt, and her nickname was Jody. And I wonder... I come from a big family. My father was the youngest of 11. And all my aunts and uncles had kids. And all my second cousins had kids. And all my third cousins had kids. But for Aunt Jody, her side of the family, we did lose contact with. But it was a big family. But so when Carter J called herself Jody, it just reminded me of like my aunt's nickname. And that wasn't her real name. Her real name was Catherine. Or it was, but yeah, it was just. She was the life of the party. Even when I was a kid growing up, she was the life of the party. She was the host. She was the sit at the dinner table, lead the kitchen. She was the best. was so weird because she passed away like in her 30s, and I knew it was young because I was young. I think I was like 7 years old or something like that. And we went to Aunt Jody's funeral, but she was only in her 30s, and it definitely I think fractured my father's family in half, because she was I don't know how to explain it. She was probably the shining joy of the family. She was the crown jewel of the family. She was people don't understand. She was Stanford. She was an engineer. She was a great host, great cook, great mother, great aunt. She was incredible. You understand? She's the first person that greets you. She's the first person that hands you food. She's the first one cracking jokes. She was the first one leading the party. She was amazing. She passed away in her 30s. And when she passed away, it just fractured my father's family in half. All the guys took it at one side, and all the women took the other side. And that split the family in two. All the dudes, all the uncles stayed together, the brothers, and all the women stuck together, and it just fractured the family in half. It came down to money, responsibility. The money corrupted everyone else. Because my aunt was a brilliant female general of the family, basically. If there was ever a matriarchy, she was it. But then when she was gone, no one could fill her leadership or her shoes. So I think the money corrupted all the other aunts and uncles on my father's side, and that also fractured the family in two. But yeah. Sorry, this is not a happy story. Let's listen into Jody.
Not heaven, yeah. Not heaven yet.
Raise hands. Oh, okay. Can you play for heaven? Oh.
Oh, for heaven?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
You're good. I'm holding you.
Also, sky flash screen.
Ain't no way.
She's like, oh my god, I want these guns.
Ain't no way you don't trade me.
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way you don't trade me.
Ain't no way.
He's also in disbelief.
Not yet. Time's not done.
Here
That's what I'm
and
saying,
I
man.
also-
shooting is phantom.
Think Phantom is hard.
I'm capping. Whoa, I'm capping. Wait.
Can we? I'm scared about Razel. Pair Amen. Honestly, you guys should play right here.
Someone just knocked on a door.
But that's a Raze 60.
I caught them all.
No, Raze is dead. Raze is dead.
I'm eating hot dog. Doggy.
Yeah, I'm done.
One fence, one
Okay,
fence
I'm
stairs,
following. I'm following.
fence
Play
and
drop.
stairs.
Heaven down.
She's holding the ground. She has her shot. She's in position. She's locked in. Team has her back. They coordinated well. Their comms are on point. Seeing the position, they're moving forward. They look, swing. He's holding his angle. Strong's going forward. Fires. Covers. Jody's on high tension. She has her ult in hand. Her gun's in placement. Team wins. GG. Good round. 9-8. Someone just meow. Huh?
Okay, they're broke again.
16-14.
Can we do the thing?
16-14. Jody is in position. Second on her team. She's in a relaxed state. Flipping the knives. She's in the zone. She's cycling.
Our guy.
Slight tension in the right wrist. She's practicing her aim.
Maybe Cypher's there?
She's going in with the blind. Into position. Pre-5. Swings.
Cypher's here.
Covers.
Take ramp from Reyna.
Primes. The teammate blind.
What the fuck,
She swings.
okay,
Oh.
I'm trying. I'm dodging ramp. Elbow.
Heaven's clear. Heaven's clear. One Raptor. She's concussed. Raptor's concussed.
Cuz. Who's cuz? Cuz.
Raptor's concussed.
Okay.
Is it Arya?
I killed Cypher in main.
Okay, Reyna is on the right side of Raptors, like right
Yeah,
here.
I'm trying to make noise.
Celine?
Yep.
Arya? Asaki?
She could have been.
Yeah, she could have dropped.
Hold on, sorry. Ray's already rotating.
Scar. Cross. Jody holds her ground. Has sight. She swings. She peeks. Pre-fires. Misses.
30 seconds.
Probable.
Okay.
One's in. One's on site. Oh, one's down. Fires.
Taking it.
Headshot. Jody's in position.
Okay.
Team is up 4-3. There's 20 seconds to go.
I'll let you guys get in, yeah.
19 seconds.
She has 77.
Oh, fuck.
Connor's doing good. 14 seconds.
Oh well. Fuck. I have the Cypher.
11.
Oh nice.
Team eliminated.
I could run faster.
NTNT.
I was holding W.
Oh.
We got John, I jumped over the fence hoping he'd miss his bullet and we could kill him. God damn.
We should try an A split. Or
Yeah.
any kind of split. Our mid is good. Sky no or Raze no longer has ult.
Yeah, I'll try. Not on mid. They've smoked. She's ulting. I'm
I'm the
dogging.
goat.
They mollied. Oh, bro. Nice.
We can push it. I'm trying to make noise B heaven.
Heaven seems clear.
I'm following
One
bomb.
step CT. One step CT. One step CT.
Oh my god, this is scary. Can we wait for Scar here?
Yeah. I have bird in 10.
No,
Oh,
just let's go B.
wow.
Let's go B.
She's next to rope.
I'm gonna blind this and then we go. Reyna's holding vent.
Stairs.
One stair, one side.
Okay.
Ran to CT.
I'm blind.
Blind.
Got her.
Ah.
Funny, funny.
Where's Cypher? Do you know? Oh, okay.
Oh, backside.
She has one more blind, I think. John, I'm tucking Heaven.
Oh, never mind CT.
In a weird spot.
We ran his stairs!
Hmm?
Oh my god, you finessed him! You finessed
Hmm? Huh?
Oh man. God, it was a fantasy game, man.
Turn on.
Oh.
What is happening?
He was gonna perfect it.
I know.
I'll
Off
just
red,
cross
off
again.
red.
This I think we can. Yeah, we can. I'll blind. I'll insta blind and then.
Yeah, they tend to break my doggies.
I'll blind with it.
Green light's left.
Reyna ramp. Hell clear. Planner clear. Couldn't see elbow.
Elbow.
Elbow one.
Elbow dead.
Raptors one.
How's
Carrier's
this
a drop.
carrot? I'm holding.
Took a body shot across into a position. Slowly walking. She has her gun. Her aim is up. She's looking for the headshots. Enemy's been sighted. Oh, in the backside. I think you can. My first understanding of Valorant. You don't need to play more Valorant. I'm pretty sure that wood structure does not stand a chance against bullets, correct? As a former Air Force vet, I would probably just start firing into the wood frame in a grazing fashion to take out the opponents on the other side. But, yeah, just say. Oh, wait, what the hell? Mouse going to shit? Maybe, Team, it's 11-9. It's 2-2. It's a close game. Engages, 1 down, 2-1. They have eyes. Hold. He's strong. Goes down. Great cleanup from Masa. Nice.
I don't know what happened.
Fell asleep?
Dude, I fell asleep there.
I just fell asleep.
Have the position. You have Jody Sun, or Quarter Jade. She is in relaxed position, twirling the knives. At the command, you see the teams communicating over the strats and what they shall perform to their best abilities. Welcome to Valorant 12-9. Match point. Blinds are away. The dogs are seeking. Engage. Location reveal. They're moving. Beacon. Engaging. Going off 2, go down. They engage. Jody finds the cleanup kill onto Sky. Firing across. Rocket inbound. Bivestone takes down Reyna. Down goes Jody Sun. Down goes Kota Jade. Round over. That was a good attempt. Enemy team wins. Lost. Match is now 12-10. If I was to interject, in my humble opinion, is that only Valorant? I've seen a lot of Valorant. Don't you take mid every time, right? Does that make more sense? So the reason I say that is because from a tactical standpoint, if you were to incorporate my United States Air Force veteran skills, I would actually attack all sites at one time. People are like, what? Because then the enemy team is going to get overwhelmed at one site. You understand? So there's 5 people, right? And only 3 or 2 sites. If there's only 2 sites, even fucking better. You could 4v1. So you take a strat from League of Legends, you could apply it to Valorant. If there's only 2 sites, you take mid and you collapse on A. You go 4 stack mid, 1 person applies pressure to B to fake out the enemy team, which means they have to have enough spells and utility to kind of blanket the site and blanket the vision. So like Omen can do that. So Omen as a duelist can fight 1-on-1. All duelists can do this. And actually that one chick that can dash, that throws shuriken, she's an assassin. So you're supposed to 4v1 and let her flank. And hopefully have your star player be the duelist as they're flanking as one team rushes the site. So the duelists, you know what they could do? They can draw attention because they want the 1v1 fight. So duelists can sprint. So you 4v1, you have one person break off and start sprinting towards the site, which is probably that one chick that can dash and throw out like blinds or smokes. She starts running to the site, making a bunch of noise. The enemy team will always get 2 eyes onto it every time. The math will always equate because they might go 3-2 or 2-3. Your team goal is to find whether or not you can collapse on a 4v2. Okay? Now, how do you counter this? I'm going to tell you from a tactical standpoint and from a strategic standpoint, you go 2v1. So your one person is the sentinel is the 1, and then you send 2 people out to guard the site, and your sentinel has to stay hidden. Your sentinel has to stay in the middle of the map, hold the middle of the map, or be hidden. And usually the sentinels will have utility to kind of do that. They're very defensive. So if you have players that can read and react, they need to play a sentinel and kind of go solo like a wolf, and they can kind of patrol the map and hover. so that they can do a wraparound play or they can do a reverse flank. So you go two people on each side. Your sentinel stays hidden. Whoever receives the most pressure, the sentinel breaks off and starts running to the side that has pressure. And he throws his utility, makes walls and stuff and barriers to slow down the enemy. And then your teammates can rally and start flanking. Everyone from that site, if you have 2-2, they need to start sprinting as quick as they can and flank the enemy as quick as they can. And the best people that can do that are duelists. You have 2 duelists do that. They start sprinting for the flank. And they get into the position, then they can close and collapse. And you can sandwich an enemy from both sides. But because the game's virtual, I think friendly fire is off, right? There's no friendly fire in the game. Right? For Valorant? So those are better strats you could do. The 4v1 offensive strat will always work because it's a tactic. So one person makes a bunch of noise and draws the enemy's attention, and then 4 people collapse into one. So you have 4 shooters, take out 1 long-range sniper. It's super easy. Like C long, there's 1 person. When you rush forward at C long for 1 sniper, the sniper can't do it. You're going to have so much utility and smoke and blinds that the sniper will always kind of pull away. Or the sniper might say, they're collapsing on my site. And the sniper will then fire randomly into the smoke. And your team's already rushing the site. And when you do it proper, you have 2 duelists. You have 1 duelist who's leading the charge. And then the other duelist is flanking as quick as they can. And that's how you do better, tactics. Sorry. So what they were doing, they're taking their team through a bottleneck, but once too much time passes, then they can start rotating and moving. So if your team is slowly walking forward, the enemy team, there's only 2 sides that can attack, right? Once enough time ticks, a teammate on that side can start creeping forward. And then your whole surprise goes away. So if you're walking in slow to a site, but there's only 2 sites, the enemy knows you're here. This is close quarter combat, or CQC. Enemy already knows you're here. You can't get out. You can't run away. You have to go forward. In this instance, once too much time goes by, you already know that they're moving, so you can deduce where they're not, and you start sweeping. So if your team is walking into a site super slowly, too much time goes by, and the enemy team, whoever's guarding A or B, will start swinging or sweeping the other side. And they're like, clear, clear, clear. They're attacking B or A or whatever, every single time. If you continually if you're slow crawling into your position, if you take too long to engage in the fight, you can already deduce it's close quarter combat. You can sweep. Enemy's not here, move. Sweep. Enemy's not here, move. Sweep. And so, if too much time goes by, they sweep mid, they're not here. And then they go, hey, they're attacking B or A. You see what I'm saying? You do the same thing as C or A or B or C. You wait, and if too much time goes by, you should, as a defender, sweep. You're they're not here, so then don't attack on one side. So as the enemy team is trying to slow walk into a certain position, you can always deduce where they're coming from. Yeah. But you can stop that if you go 2-2 or however you want to break it down. Especially if there's 3 sites, then you do the same tactic. If people can't use their minds, they're probably thinking, what about if the site is A, B, or C? Then you have 3 people on 1 person each site, and then 2 hover in between each one. I hope players are already doing that. That matters if there's 3 sites, you have 1 person guarding each site, and you have 2 people kind of hovering in between. 1 person stands between. 1 person is the A, B, or C, and then 1 person is the A, B role, and 1 person is the B, C role, and they just sit in their zones. And then whoever has the most pressure, and then you just wait. You're sitting there. You should know, if you're at C, and too much time goes by, sweep. You can walk forward. See what I'm saying? And then on top, then your sniper's even in a better position. So there's C long. There's always C long. The sniper should just start creeping forward. But we're gonna say what? Because the sniper can always hold his angle and creep forward. That's all you're doing is you're just holding this angle, and you can just kind of walk forward. And if ever he's too close where he has to switch out his long gun for a pistol, he should be able to. And most snipers also have utility too, right? So he's holding C long. You should immediately just start walking forward. Because all you're doing is you're holding an angle. as a sniper. You should walk forward. If you get too close, to switch to your pistol. But even if you pass C-long, the sniper will then be in a more advantageous position to hold a longer corridor and really shut down the opponent whenever they try to reverse. You know when a team like fucks up and they're like, we can't attack A, and they start backtracking. If the C personnel defender had, usually the C sniper had kept pushing his position, he would have then gained like an ultimate flank on the enemy, and that would have. And then when your team sees that, when that happens, because some people know what I'm talking about. When your sniper then moves in a position where you have this other kind of like backdoor long like sniper shot, the enemy team is going to be collapsed in. He's going to be holding his shot, and then your team can then collapse upon them, and then the sniper can keep pushing forward and applying pressure. And it's but yeah, just kind of there's just tactics that you could use. But I'd probably need a 5-person team. And start playing Valorant more, but it just goes back to tactics. Just kind of. It was good shots. I think she dinged him a few times. It was good shots. Definitely tough too, because you know what made what Jody just did that was so incredible. She was on the low ground, and she was firing a slower round to a person who had the high ground. Looking down at a more advantageous position. And she was clipping her shots, and she clipped them enough that it messed up his accuracy. So she got in, got her shots. The dude almost killed her, but she hit him, and that messed up his accuracy. Nice. Good pistol round. Great pistol round. You know a team is good when they win pistol rounds? And I know people talk about it all the time, but there were some teams that went really far in terms of Valorant, because the one trend you always saw, they had strong pistol wins, or they had like a good percentage of how, they were like advantage to always kind of win pistol rounds. When you saw that, it worked out pretty good. You know what Valorant should do? I know it's going to sound kind of weird. Valorant should have like 3 rounds of pistols and then go to rifles. And then it should always switch. It should be 3 rounds of pistols and then it should go to rifles. And then for offense, right? So if it switches, right? Or is it best of 13, right? And then it switches at a certain number. And then when it switches offense to defense, it should go 3 rounds of pistols again from both sides. And then it should go to rifles. Because imagine teams that are strong with their pistols, you see what I'm saying, would be a really like another skill set to have to kind of keep working on. Because there are times when you use your long rifle, right, and people switch to the pistols, but they're kind of like always bad with it. So I think the game could really all of a sudden upgrade. And no one's going to complain because they want to show off their pistol skills. You see what I'm saying? And the people that are going to get mad right now are just really shitty with using a handgun. So yeah, and it goes back to close quarter combat. And that's when, if you do have 3 rounds of pistols, you know what you can do too? You can start using swords in Valorant and really start changing up the game. Because if you have a pistol, it's not a lot of damage. You can get like 1 or 2 shots off, but then the person can slice with a sword or katana. Or you can have someone have there's like these bulletproof shields, and has a sword, and can start blocking bullets and using a sword and a shield. Because we do have like SWAT team members with these bulletproof shields. And our military has bulletproof shields too for our ground troops. So yeah, like our ground troops have these shields, like SWAT members use them, but we have a whole bunch of shields, and they're bulletproof. And so, and we could put our rifles into them. So these bulletproof shields, you put our rifles into them, and then we have like bulletproof helmets and Kevlar and plated armor, and then even more Kevlar for our shoulders and arms and legs. And so, yeah. We've also built bomb-proof suits too. Our EOD members use them. They're not perfect, but still, our bomb-proof suits are pretty powerful. Basically, the bomb-proof suits are what the EOD members would use, and you would only ever do that as like heavy shock troops, I guess. Because then, with your bomb-proof suit, you could put plates around them. So, EOD wear these bomb-proof suits, and then you attach another layer of plates around them, and they become like space marines, kind of, But yeah, our soldiers have these bulletproof like shields, these black bulletproof shields. You just can hold them. You can put your rifle through like these rifle ports. It has a glass bulletproof like piece. You can even like crouch with them. And so if you imagine like thousands of troops, kind of like that, decked out, yeah, it's not bad. in terms of yeah. Oh, and we have tracer rounds and IR lasers and pack units and infrared and thermals and ACOGs and 4x and 8x scopes. Oh, our scopes are better than anyone else's in the world. So every 10-person squad, every 10 to 13-person squad, depending on their branch, has a marksman, has a sniper with them. So that's what separates, I say, our military from everyone else's. Is that every 10 to 13-person unit has one sniper has a designated marksman, or has 3 designated marksmen, and they have a different kind of rifle. So it makes it really cool too. Is that for the Air Force, for a 13-man squad, 3 of them are designated marksmen, and so we make sure that our guys and gals, it's fucking incredible. It's fucking incredible, but I mean, it is what it is. Like your green ribbon with the rifle on it. We train our personnel in the Air Force to fire one-handed, fire for all these positions to just kind of perfect our personnel. So we practice firing from the hip, you put the gun right here and you're firing, and then we practice firing like this, practice firing like this, practice firing like this. We practice overhead, overhang, kneeling, prone one-handed, prone wounded. We practice firing prone wounded. We also practice firing our rifle disabled one-handed. What else is there? There's a lot. But basically, I could take an M9 9mm round. I could headshot a target about 185 meters out. I could take a M4 and I could headshot up to about, I think it was 530 something yards, and I could body a target about 750-ish yards out to 850-ish yards out, and then I can clip a target at about 1,100 meters out with the M4 rifle. My accuracy, anything under 300 was a headshot. I could take a handgun. Oh, my bad. Handgun with 2 hands, you can headshot a target with a 9mm 185 meters out. I can one-hand headshot about 90-something meters with a 9mm. I can always headshot anything within 30 meters with all of my shots. I had 100% headshot accuracy at 30 meters. I had 100% headshot accuracy with all weapon systems at 60 meters. And I damn near had 98 to 100% headshot accuracy at 100 meters to any target on any weapon system. From the M9 to a shotgun to an M24 to a Mark 19 to M240 Brava to an M249, and of course the M4A1 and the M3A1 and the M4A3 and the M3A1 and and the other versions of the handguns that we had, the H&K, Glock 15, 17, Glock 18, Glock 19. And then and then we in the military, we have our own Glocks that no one else has. Our Air Force Special Forces has access to a wide variety of really good weapon platform systems. H&K built an incredible handgun for our Air Force Special Forces, basically only for them, no one else in the world. So when they do that, people just don't understand. H&K, people are it's a handgun you cannot buy. Okay, people, it is a custom handgun for Air Force Special Forces. That is cutting edge technology, essentially, is the best way I could describe it to the average person. It's not something you can buy at all anywhere. Because every Special Forces soldier, their pistol is their wakizashi, has a samurai, and it will always be with them, sealed away in a vault or a case or whatever, because just stuff like that. So yeah, but they had built them to. I saw one up close. It blew me away. What it is and what it does, and I didn't think. It was just weird. It's the best way I could describe it. It's a PJ and combat controllers in the Air Force. There are Tier 1 STS Squadron or STS Special Forces members that most people don't know about, but they do really incredible, impeccable work. If you think of the Air Force as smarter, brighter, faster, more agile, a little harder to get into, higher intelligence is required. Our Air Force Special Forces, our STS squadron members, our combat controllers. No one really knows about. Never care about. Like no one thinks about our Ravens. Our Ravens are our special forces inside the Air Force, and it's probably a good thing that no one hears or knows about them. It's actually probably a positive thing that 100%, like 99% of the public have no idea what a Raven is, even though our Air Force Special Forces, that are Ravens, and our CCT members and our STS members are so goddamn fucking good at their job that they don't make any mistake. The reason you kind of the reason you hear about other special forces is usually because they fuck up, right? And people are like, what do the Army Rangers fuck up now? And usually make the news. You know, SEAL team did something fucking stupid and they make the news. And then it goes back to the Navy and special forces, then all the attention to the units, and then the good and the bad, and then they run PR. But we don't have to run PR for the Air Force Special Forces. Because we don't fuck up. We've essentially they've been perfect for 70 years or whatever. Just no way to put it. But yeah, you don't hear about our CCT members, our STS members, our Special Tactics Squadron members, or Ravens. So it's actually a good thing because they're like 100% success rate with our Air Force Special Forces. That's another way to look at it, however you want to look at it. Like how I have 100% success rate and wearing 40K. Sorry, just pajamas. The tie or the knot or whatever. Let's get stuff. Oh. Oh, my bad. Yeah, having 100% accuracy up to 100 meters is lame, is a joke, it's nothing, it's normal, it's not anything proficient or profound or cool or whatever. It's just, oh shit, okay, cool, you hit stuff up to 100 meters. When you hit 200 meters, 300 meters, accuracy probably changes, but I can headshot the M4 300 meters. I can still headshot up to about 580 meters, and I could hit a tapered target at about 580 to about 750, or sometimes 580 to about 800. I can hit a tapered target. I can still clip a target up until about I forget, it was like over 1100 or something like that. But yeah. Reason being, it was not my fault. I did not see it. There was a turkey out on the range. Okay. There's a forest, and we were shooting our Mark 19s. And there's no way for me to know. The turkey is out there. I don't have eyesight to see that far. The range is like on a mountain. So you hit these targets like 400 meters, 600 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters out. These giant ranges we fire in the military. So we had our Mark 19s, which are these automatic grenade launchers that shoot these 40 mics. They're 40 millimeter high explosive kind of grenade shots. They're these thick, huge rounds. They could destroy everything from like light vehicles to APCs to personnel. So we were firing Mark 19s, and then you see just the detonating explosion over like half a block radius, just like, and it just wipes out like half a football field, essentially, like one volley. And then I accidentally killed a turkey that day. But ain't no way, bro, that I would know a turkey was out there, man. The distance was so far. Like it was around 1,000. It was about like one mark. I mean, one mark is like 1,000 meters. It was like one mark. It was like, or a mark on a map. Every mark is an increment distance or one unit. So we call it 1,000 meters. So like if it was 2 clicks or 2 units out, then it's 2K meters. When it hits 2 mark out, it's 2K meters out, or however you want it, 2.1 mark, 2.2 mark, 2.3 mark out, and you start understanding your time and distance, and you can dilate everything in and triangulate everything in, whatever you're trying to do. If you're trying to attack, then you got to understand how to triangulate coordinates. If you don't understand how to triangulate coordinates on a map, then you're no good to us on the field of battle. You just kind of stand by as sergeant officers take on orders. And so when someone says you're 2 clicks out or 2.1 clicks or 2.2 clicks, we know like the exact distance where we're at and how to pursue and push. But the enemy, check this out. You know what's so funny? The AK is so inaccurate after 300 meters. That's why we win every single time. So the AK is like negative 100% accuracy after 100 meters. Their rifle is only like accurate up to 30 meters, and then it drops like 60% at around 80 meters, and then at 100 meters, the accuracy drops in the AK to like 30-something percent, like 34% or something like that. Like no matter how hard you try to shoot, the rounds are so big you can't control them. The rounds are so big you can't control them. Even if you're a heavy big dude, the rifle's rounds are so concussively heavy, you can't control the accuracy. That's 100 meters. But any target before 100 meters, they're larger slugs of shells, the 7.62 or whatever, from like a Russian standpoint. The difference is that in battlefield or open warfare, our M4s are more accurate at up to 1,000 meters. That's how we win every single time. So as our troops try to get into position, we can literally lay down like cover fire and spray fire, and we can clip them. That's what they don't understand. They literally, their troops, Russian troops, cannot get within range of like Ukrainian M4s. So Ukrainians on the battlefield right now can easily get pop shots with the ACOGs, and the Forks and the 8X scopes, and they're just probably clipping them, which is good because they're not killing them; they're just wounding them, And then if a dude gets wounded, or we can, if they get close enough, we can capture them. That's what we see. They'll have the white flag and they start marching towards the Ukrainians. Some Russians do it, some Russians don't, because we've seen videos of Russian soldiers shooting their Russian brothers in the back. And so the Russian soldiers will tie white cloth around their arms and put their arm up and start walking forward, and have both their arms up with white cloths on both their arms, walking towards Ukrainian lines because they've given up. Because either brothers and sisters around them have died, and they realize, why do I keep fighting? I just need to give up. And so we see there's a lot of POWs. And 100% of all the videos, 100% of all the POWs on the Russian side are crying because they realize they were lied to by the government, and they lost older brothers and sisters that died around them, and now they get to call their parents on a phone call and get a recording of them calling their parents on a phone call, so that everything is fine and okay, because we're just in our democracies. We're human beings first. And 100% of all the POWs that are Russian on the Ukrainian side are crying in these YouTube videos because they're overwhelmed by all this love. They're like sitting there like, I get a bed to sleep on, I get to sit in a warm room, I get to eat 3 meals a day, taken care of, I get patched up, I get to call my parents, and they get a video, and they just start, 100% of all Russian POWs just start crying because we show them humanity. There's so many Russian soldiers have over the radio, as they communicate in Russian back and forth, Ukrainians will send out propaganda, good propaganda, actually positive stuff to secure as many POWs as we can. They tell them, if you can steal a tank, we'll pay you. And we do. And the Ukrainians do. They're like, if you're a Russian, they're like, get onto this frequency. They blast out in Russian, they're like, get on this frequency, steal a vehicle, and you know what the Russians do? They then attack their own people and kill them. They have videos of Russian soldiers like stealing a tank or stealing a vehicle and trying to rush to the Ukrainian side, and they understand what's happening, and you see from the Russian side, they fire upon their own vehicle and kill their own guy because he was about to give them another Russian, he was about to give the Ukrainians a Russian vehicle and surrender. We've seen horrific acts of evil from Russia. But luckily enough, one of the greatest stories, 2 different Russians on 2 different helicopters got on that same frequency, and they stole 2 helicopters from Russia, and they turned themselves in, and they gave Ukrainians 2 helicopters. Huge fucking respect, because they realize they've lost so many brothers just around them. This is futile. They see the end. Ukrainian's going to win. Democracy's going to win. It is inevitable. And their weapons are outmatched, or outclassed. Russian Kalashnikovs or whatever are only accurate up to 300 meters. Really only accurate up to 30 or 60 meters. Anything after 100 meters is just a shit gun. So at 300 meters, they're missing their targets. The round is too big. Those kids and young men are too skinny. They don't have the strength to even control the rifle or the training to be accurate with it at all. So the concussive power is so much that they're just trying to figure out why they're losing. But really, the round and the gun is so heavy because the gun itself, you know what that gun was made for? Close quarter combat, to like clear building rooms You know, because it's supposed to be so powerful, it's like punching through doors. You know. But in the open field and battlefield, it's a bad gun. So all of our M4s are just more accurate. So we're hitting our targets with 300 meters, and they're missing. And then we hit our targets up to 400 meters, 500, 600 meters, and they're even more inaccurate. We're hitting our targets. So the Ukrainians are definitely hitting their targets because we've been training for 10 years. Ever since 2014, when the Donbass was attacked. Ever since 2015, when the Little Green Army, which was Russian soldiers taking off their tags, they're the Little Green soldiers, attacking and invading eastern Ukraine, had already started occurring. We started training their men and women as much as we could for 10 years. So Ukraine has like 750,000, it's like 753,000 men and women as a massive military force right now. And Russia just lost 300,000 soldiers. At the start of the war, Russia had 350,000 soldiers total. At the start of the war, Russia just lost 300,000 soldiers. Like literally, Russia before the war even began, before Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, Russia had the total standing military force was 350,000. They just lost 300,000. And they tried to do a draft order, and another like 250,000 Russian men that were ages 18 and up fled the country. So now 250,000 Russian men fled the country when they were like doing their first draft. And then the current rumor is that draft only got to about 108,000 men. So when Russia forced their draft, they gained 108,000 men for combat, but then 250,000 eligible men, or 18 plus, fled the country. And then what we've seen now over the years is that Russia's lost 300,000 men. So when you do the math, either Russia's lying or they're running thin. And so that's why you continue. Well, that's why you also continually see Russians putting the white cloth on their arms, marching towards Ukrainian lines, giving up, becoming a POW. Because it all works in a cycle. It's the POWs are telling the families how they're treated. The mothers and the daughters are telling their sons how they are treated if they get to surrender. And you're winning the hearts and minds of the grandmothers. Okay? You make a movie about it or whatever. You know what I mean? But that's what's actually like trying to end the war. Now the sad part is, the reason this is going to get bloody and even worse, it's going to get bloody and even worse over the next 16 years. Ukraine and Russia is going to hate each other so hardcore that both sides are going to have terrorist groups killing each other for like fucking damn near 20 years from now. Okay? So I need the whole general public to understand we got to heal both their countries, or else the next 20 years, Ukrainian men and women and Russian women and men are going to start terrorist attacking each other. So we have to find a way to heal both those nations. Okay? I'll explain it as simple as I can. Russians are losing their cousin, aunts, and uncles to bombs that are being fired from the United States through Ukraine onto their soil. And the Ukrainians hate the fact that they've lost their aunts, uncles, cousins, daughters, sons, and nieces to Russian-made bombs. So that 10-year-old kid with hate in his heart because he lost like his father or mother or daughter or cousin due to Russian bombs is going to grow up. And I cannot quell that hate. But we as a nation, as a people, and as Ukrainians and as NATO members, as Americans, need to find a way to heal that 10-year-old boy's heart in Ukraine right now. Because in 10 years now, 20 years now, he's going to commit terrorist acts to get revenge in Russia. That's what we're speaking to. 11-year-old girl that like loses her whole family in a bombing attack. Russia attacked trains and killed civilians. Those children that lived are going to have so much hate in their heart that when they get the opportunity, they're going to commit terrorist acts against Russia. And the cycle's going to fucking keep continuing. And then Russians are going to start losing their aunts and uncles and want to get revenge. And the cycle keeps fucking propelling forward. So quite literally, what Ukraine is doing is the POWs get a phone call home, they get 3 meals a day, they get in a warm room, and they get a video sent back to the family. And these Russian families are then speaking to as many families as they can, tell them like, hey, this is how they're treating our people. Look how they're treating your people. We're literally winning the hearts and minds of Russia as best we can. But it literally comes down to grandmothers and mothers realizing, hey, how many more of your sons do you want to see die before you literally take to the streets? Like literally, you have to basically sway the hearts and minds of all these grandmothers and mothers in Russia I mean, how many more of your sons and fathers and husbands do you want to die? Because y'all just lost 300,000 of them. And guess what can just shut down everything? Grandmothers and mothers, literally. Like if Russian grandmothers and mothers, they need to communicate with each other more. But that's what we're seeing. We're seeing more and more Russians surrender, getting more and more pounds. Ukrainians slowly liberating their land, taking back eastern Ukraine, liberating their people. But the problem is why it's going to get even more crazy is that Russia has stolen 1.6 million Ukrainians as hostages. They have about 250,000 children abducted. So the Russian military built a bunch of filtration camps or concentration camps and started stealing away Ukrainians. Like took them out of their homes, forced them into Russia. Okay. So literally there was like a third of Ukraine it got invaded. It just makes sense because the Ukrainian military had to fall back to the capital and the majority of the country got hit. And then they slowly pushed out as they had to fight their way from the capital in Nineveh city and started designing trench lines to slow down the Russian advance. Luckily enough, they had already designed a ton of trenches because the war kind of started in 2014. So the war started really in 2015 when they started getting evaded from Russia and the Little Green Man. They started building up trench lines and defense lines. So they're already in place. It's just when Russia then kind of stormed all angles of Ukraine, they fell back to the capital and they fell back in their trench lines, started fighting back. And the Russians realized, holy shit, this is not. The Russians realized, oh shit, we're not going to take Ukraine in 4 or 5 days. There's literally trenches that have been here for years. Yep, there has. Because the war started in 2014 and then they were prepped up until the initial invasion about 3 years ago. And so, but luckily enough, I understand that our Ukrainians, women and men, are fighting side by side for their nation, for the children that have died, for the cousins that have died, for the aunts and uncles, their husbands, brothers, sisters, dads, mothers that have all died. Are fighting like hell inside their country to liberate their land. But then these Russians are dudes that are young, like 18, 19, 20, and in their 20s, they're in a foreign country, in a foreign land, dying with bad equipment and bad orders and lied to propaganda, false propaganda. So their whole world, the paradigm shatters once they learn the truth, learn what's happening, get treated by NATO, get updated information on what's happening in the real world, instead of living in a mask of information, of false information. Those young Russian boys who were cut off from the world are now right back to the world, and then it's like an isekai. It's like an isekai. It's like a Japanese isekai. The Japanese, when you're like going to another dimension, your whole world just shatters. Like, where the fuck am I? That's what's happening to every single Russian soldier. All of a sudden, the blanket, lied and veiled Russian government apparatus is gone, and they get to see the whole world, how beautiful it really is. Basically, every single Russian boy is like stuck in a prison. Yeah. But for Putin, I don't think he's as strong as he thinks he is. I think Putin's probably losing some hair. Because he realized that Ukrainian special forces, the crack units, have had successful attacks deep inside of his country, near Moscow. Ukrainian special forces, deep attacks into Moscow. And so, Putin, he knows what's up. He's not that dumb of a cat. He realizes that Ukrainian special forces are coming. Does Putin understand chess? I bet Putin grew up playing chess. How do you win chess? How do you win chess, chat? How do you win chess, everybody? My bad. I average 5 to 10 people that watch my stream. And they try to stay hidden, but there's a feature in Twitch where you can see the analytics of who's watching your channel. And I always average 5 to 10 people. And you take out the king. So Ukrainian special forces are coming for Putin. And basically the successful attacks have gotten closer and closer, deeper and deeper into Russia, has essentially shown us that those crack units are coming. And all we want is Ukrainian Special Forces sniper to basically take that shot. That's all it is. That's all it is. And Putin understands this. He played chess. You gotta take out the other king. And so, but Putin, he's bad jammer. He's a white nationalist, fascist scumbag. Putin makes sure that all the minorities in Russia were dying first, and he made sure that his Moscow white officers and families were insulated from from the initial invasion of war. And so he purposely used cannon fodder of his own officer ranks to make sure that more Moscow white men hold their position of power, even as the war goes on. That's Putin. Like, he didn't even treat his own officers equally. So discriminates his own officers. That's Putin. Yeah. You know what's so crazy? Why I said Putin's not even that really dangerous, right? I'm saying why. He would usually assassinate the opposing leader. But Putin realized that there's enough intel that basically, if all of Russia revolted, he couldn't stop him. And Putin would to assassinate his other kind of rival, who's now like in a prison camp, who's doing hard labor. If he were to kill him, that might trigger a revolution inside his own country. Because Putin usually, by the best of it, Putin usually assassinates leaders that get in the way. So when Putin assassinated Prigozhin, that dude was just like a military general, and really, sure, he was probably curried a lot of favor with like a small group of Russians, but he wasn't beloved. So Putin knows that the dude that's beloved in the country is a dude he has sitting in a prison in hard labor, because he knows if he were to kill him, that would probably trigger a democratic revolution in Russia. So Putin is not that bright. See how the trick is. In order to kickstart your democratic revolution in Russia, you really just need, I'm going to tell you right now to the Ukrainians, their special forces unit needs to rescue the real president of Russia, who's sitting in a prison, and let's get this ball rolling. That's all Ukrainians need to do. And they'll gladly do it. Because it's a checkmate win for them. Because democracy is inevitable. All I need is Ukrainian Kraken units to find the real Russian president who's sitting in a prison, toiling away at hard labor. Destroy that prison, free those men. And I bet those men would gladly fight Russia. Oh shit, if Ukrainian special forces started liberating Russian prisons and started signing those dudes up to fight against Russia, oh man, I bet those men would want to get revenge. Or those, what was it called? Political prisoners. There's tens and tens of thousands of pro-democracy Russians that are in prison now for 5 to 7 to 10 years. If Ukrainian special forces were to destroy those prisons and free those pro-democracy forces, I bet you those Russians would be a great valuable asset in finally toppling Putin's government. And that's what we call checkmate. Because the Russian president is not that smart. He's not that bright. The Russian president, when Prigozhin had 20,000 men march to the capital, he got in a helicopter and flew away. Because he's not that bright, he's not that smart. That was Putin. That's really funny. So really you just need, Ukrainian special forces are already doing their job. They just need to find the real Russian president who's toiling away in prison. Free him and those men, and free the tens and tens of thousands of pro-democracy force Russians that are in prison. And then, yeah, you're fighting force to topple Russian government. And since Ukraine is sitting outside of NATO, we can continue to give weapons to Ukraine. And finally win this war. Right now, all we're looking for is Ukrainian Special Forces, our Kraken unit, their Special Forces sniper, to take a clean shot. And then once the Russian government topples, it also affects all the other proxy fascist states, like a checkmate in chess, and cripples those other fascist countries that are in Africa. And then our current democracy and democratic allies in Africa can then start stabilizing their forces and liberating more countries. What is that, checkmate? Checkmate, motherfuckers. What was that again? I have a 100% win rate, 140k. Let me say that real quick. Let me say that real slow. All those dumb motherfuckers in the plane. Yeehaw, motherfuckers. Okay, Kona, motherfuckers. I have 100% win rate. Warren 40k. Ukraine, it sits outside NATO. All NATO has to do is just keep giving all their weapons and supplies to Ukraine. They can operate. We have a democratic fighting force with 750,000 troops. With our NATO weapons. With our 55,000 pound per square inch rifles. That fire rounds at 3,200 meters per second. Our M4s are so powerful. This is so funny. The Russians are so fucking stupid. That's why the world's actually pretty fucking stupid. Our rifles? Actually, I probably can't say that. Just leave it at that. Basically, you're seeing why our M4 rifles are kicking ass in Ukraine. But there's a few other things that I guess I could say, but I don't know if I can say that. Probably can't. But if you knew what I knew, if I could say what I could say, I can't say what I was going to say. You can understand that. Basically, Russian weapons don't ever stand a chance against American-made weapons. Let me give you a prime example. Their long-range missiles can't match our missiles. So Russia can fire their missiles. And any missile that gets within 24-mile radius or 24-mile arc of a Patriot battery site just takes it out. Our missiles travel faster and more accurately with more advanced AI. With IR readers that are calculating 198,000 objects a second. Like a millisecond. Firing at speeds going Mach 16, Mach 20. Our Patriot missiles are going Mach 16, Mach 20. They're just... And they intercept everything within a 24-mile balloon. Air Force, the U.S. military, we have even more advanced motherfucking missiles y'all motherfuckers don't even know about that are hidden 40, 80 years more advanced than everyone else. But our current shit missile tech is like pretty much 99% accurate. So even if you shot 1,000 missiles, you destroyed 999 of them. Even if Russia fired 1,000 missiles, even if just extrapolate the number 99.99% and all that, Russia could fire 10,000 missiles and we're gonna hit 9999999. Maybe one might get through. We're gonna go 99999, and one might get through. That's how fucking accurate we are with our AI and our missiles that go to Mach 16, Mach 20. Our interceptor missiles. But aside from that, those are all basic info you can just Google really quick because humans are stupid. We have tech of our missiles that are 40 years, 80 years more advanced than anyone else on the planet that you don't know about. Our basic troops on the ground with the M4 has so much shit that's more advanced than anyone else. Oh, real basic stuff you can Google. Every single troop has a scoped weapon. Every single NATO troop has a scoped weapon. But guess what's so funny with other countries? They don't have the funding or the manpower or the capability to manufacture enough scopes for all their guns. So 100% of all our NATO troops have scoped weapons. Guess what it is for the other militaries? It's 1 for every 100. So 100% NATO forces, all of our ground troops have scoped weapons. We have night vision, we have laser, we have IR scanners. 100% of all of our troops have scopes on our rifles, and we can put down night vision goggles. Every single trooper is assigned a gas mask and a night vision kit and an IR kit and a pack kit, like a pack 2, pack 3, pack 8 kit. So 100% of all NATO troops, we have like gas masks. We could throw on our night vision goggles. You haven't even seen us. You haven't even seen us yet. We have our comm units. Then we have our headphones. Your headphones aren't your comm unit. Your comm unit is this little device. It's like a quarter. It's a little quarter that you put in your ear with the squishy like gel, and you put on your bulletproof earbuds, and you put on your helmet. Then you're gonna have your night vision goggles sitting on top. You can flip them down, and you have your gas mask kit behind you, in a bag. And you open up your bag with one strap. Put your gas mask kit. You throw it on, and you can flop down your night vision goggles, and you can't even see me. Because I already have my mesh uniform on. So I have like my shirt, my uniform. I have my web unit. I have my Kevlar. Then I have my like plates. Like plate is like steel plates. And then I have another web gear, and then you carry 120 rounds. You have your gas mask, your kit. You have your handgun to the side of you with another like radio, flashlight, and knife. So your handgun's like this giant, like mesh unit. Like it's not a strap. It's like it has like a 3-point harness, like 1, 2, 3, but it has like an armored piece. So you have an armored piece to protect your leg. You have an armored piece over here. You have your flashlight. Some people keep a toolkit. Some people keep like a med kit attached to it. So they have like their handgun. They have a med kit next to their handgun. They either have a knife and a flashlight attached to the front or an armor plate. And then on top of this, you already have your uniform, your Kevlar vest, your plate carrier. You have 2 meshes on. And the reason you have to have 2 meshes on is in case you have to get rid of one kit, you don't have to switch again. And so you have like your uniform, your web belt, your utility belt on top of your web belt. People don't understand. You have a normal belt, you have a web belt, you might have a tool belt and a killing belt, and you might have a parachute kit on top. So there's like, you have to just understand how to layer your units so that nothing gets like caught up. There are bad accidents where people get their own gear mixed up and then they can't get out of it. We can't free them or we can't save them. Happens for different kind of reasons. We're like, it's uniform for a reason. So that if a medic runs up, they know exactly how to save you because they can disengage your plate carrier, disengage the Kevlar, and get to your wound. And a field medic or a surgeon can get to you. If you have your shit on wrong, you're delaying seconds and minutes that a field medic should be able to take off your shit automatically. They look over and they're like, dude, why are you wearing it in a different configuration? You fuck with the medics. Because then they're like fumbling, like, how do they have their uniform on? So when some people see the military, they're like, dude, they look so uniform because it all makes sense for efficiency. We understand. So just stuff like that, right? Everything is to a T has already been efficiently mapped out. Everything. People don't understand. I'll tell you something that you can Google. We have fireproof clothing, which is really cool. Really thin stuff, like not thick stuff. It's like incredible. It's like my shirt, like this Van shirt. You wouldn't even be able to tell. We created fireproof shirts. So like high explosive stuff just washes away, or flames can't injure you or kill you. We created clothing to protect our guys because a lot of times it's not a concussive blast, it's a fire. It's an HE explosive, a high explosive. So basically all of our Air Force personnel have fireproof clothing so that HE rounds or high explosive rounds aren't really high explosive. They're more just like they shoot out like a continual flame. Because what militaries did was they didn't want a concussive round do a lot of damage. They just had a fuel round detonate to produce a lot of flame. Try to save money. You see that all across the world. So a lot of times HE rounds, high explosives, aren't really HE rounds. They're just like a superheated flame, essentially. It's like a flame in a box. And so then we design our clothes, like for the RPG, for example, isn't what you think it is. The RPG doesn't like hit something and cause a big concussive blast. It's a shape charge. RPG, when it hits, it shoots out this flame. Basically, will hit a point, detonate to open up, and then a flame kind of comes out because it's just burning a fuel. It didn't. How can I explain it? It is not a bomb. Our RPG is a rocket-propelled grenade. RPG is a rocket-propelled grenade. So a lot of times these grenades, like RPG's not that strong. People think like RPG is like this big explosion because they were lied to in Hollywood. It literally, you know what stops an RPG? A fucking fence on the side of taking a fence mesh and put it in the side of a tank because it blows up on the fence and it doesn't damage the tank. So like our fucking Humvees would put like this can-colored fence, even barbed wire around our vehicles, and when an RPG would come flying in, it's so fragile, the tip, when it hit the fence that's on the outside of our Humvees or units or APVs, or MRAPs, when they were hit, it would just detonate. And then this flame would come washing over. So there were incidents where like the top hatch is open and a gunner's in it, and if the gunner gets hit, of course they die, but the flame would come to the car, his flame would come marching down into the bay. So they design fireproof clothing for the military. And fireproof like mesh, for their camouflage. And so, and it's great too. You know what it does? It cools you down. You know where it's so awesome when you wear this clothing and you're in the desert. The fiber itself is cooling down. It's not like Under Armour. People understand. There's like this. You see like another plastic filament layer. It's as if the interior of the shirt had like a glue. It's like the interior shirt had like a glue and the outside had the fabric. But you can still see the mesh kind of lines. It's more like every thread count was like layered in like this glue or something like that. It's the best way to describe it. You know, but it still had a cloth feel to it. But you had a plastic, soft, spongy kind of feel to it. And but what it would do too is it would cool you down. It would just pull heat away from your body. It would cool you down. It should be like Under Armour but better, and it's fireproof. And so that's real basic stuff that's out now. Super expensive, but just kind of gives you an insight into even if someone did fire a RPG, our own AI systems on our APVs could track and our radar systems are already matching it in, and then we shoot these fletchet rounds, these kind of like shotgun rounds of fire from an APC, and we'll engage a rocket or round before it hits the vehicle. So our US, like Bradleys, for example, even if they were to get attacked, and let's say it's a slower moving missile, you know, like an RPG or a grenade or something like that, its system scans, its sensors are scanning, its system scans, AI tracks on and can fire like this fletchet shotgun round and intercept the grenade or intercept the missile if it's moving slow enough. Now, if a tank fires a large, like 100 millimeter round or 120 millimeter round, and that large shell, you know, is coming at an APC, APC can't stop it. That shell is too strong, and it'll of course destroy an APC because they're all light armor. Anything that's light armor and below is going to get destroyed by a tank. But what we did with our tanks is when it's tank-on-tank combat, our tanks outrange anything the Russians have by 3 folds. So, like our M2, our Abram tanks are they're impenetrable. So you can't even destroy one tank. Like literally, our Abrams tanks, the Abram A1, basically the Abram, I think it's like the M5A1s or whatever, but basically it's just the M1 Abrams. The Abrams tanks are so powerful for the U.S., you cannot penetrate them. You cannot destroy them. You cannot. You could have fucking 10 Russian tanks firing at one Abrams and it would never dent it. You know why? Because its armor is such a secret that we're not gonna tell anyone about it. And basically, its armor is impervious. That's what they did. They took the Abrams tank and then the material science to design this plates that are impervious. People are like, how? Well, at first we discovered that you could and you can, and it was possible. When you fire an a 45 caliber round at steel plates, it just doesn't do any damage. It looks impervious. You can take a 9mm round and hit steel plates, it'll bounce off. If you take a .45 caliber round or a .45 and fire it at like steel plates, it'll just bounce off. It looks like it's impervious. So we realized, if shit can be impervious, that means we can make everything fucking impervious. And we were like, yeah. So we got to it. And we created our Abram tanks that have its material science that makes up its plates is the secret. And it's impervious to damage. So you can have 10, 20, you got 50 fucking Russian tanks all firing at one Abrams. And it won't do jack shit to one tank. It's the very material that makes up the treads. The very material that makes up its armor plate. The whole material that makes up the hull is impervious to damage. And so when the U.S. marches forward with their Abram tanks, the Russians will literally shit bricks. Because they're going to keep moving forward and nothing can fucking stop them. Because the whole vehicle is designed that way. It's so tough. You know what the only thing that can kill an Abram tanks is? I'll tell you this. A fucking nuclear warhead. That's the only thing that can stop an Abrams tank. And guess what? It can't. It can't. Because we designed the core of the Abrams tank to be nuclear proof. We built this like second silver skin that wraps the interior capsule of an Abrams tank, and with it bounces off all radio frequencies, and all radiation resonates off of it in the opposite direction. It's like shielding against radiation. So our Abrams tanks are shielded against a nuclear blast, so the men can keep operating the tanks and win the war. And literally the hull The tread, the very material that makes up an Abrams tank, is impervious to damage. That's how far advanced we are. We're 80 years more advanced than any other country. We built stealth fucking helicopters, bruv. When we shift 120,000 troops, it's 120,000 special forces. We take our 33 allies and we tell them, hey, commit to us 7,000 to 10,000 special forces members among your whole military. So if the average NATO military has, I don't know, let's just say the average NATO military has 500, 600,000 people, right? Because for the U.S. we have like millions. Okay, I bet you they could commit 10,000 special forces. And people are like, how does the U.S. commit 10,000 special forces? We have Ranger units. We have the main millions and millions of people that are the manpower, and we have tens and tens of thousands of Rangers. We have tens and tens of thousands of Rangers, our special forces. We had amassed a massive army the size of other people's armies as just one special forces unit. It's the tip of the spear. Like the Air Force alone, we already have thousands and thousands in the Air Force as special forces. That's just us itself. We have tens and tens of thousands of special forces in the Army. And we have millions of troops. So when you take tens of thousands of special forces from each country, we can just have 120,000 special forces members. And that's NATO. So you have 120,000 special forces members. They are fucking elite. And then on top of that, we give them stealth helicopters and stealth boats and stealth submarines. And you can't see them. You can't hear them. You won't detect them. You won't stop them. They won't be on fucking radar. It'll be too late. So NATO, when they send 120,000 special forces to the tip of the spear, it's basically like, what's a good League of Legends analogy? It's like the US and NATO is level 18, and everyone else is level 1. Like League of Legends. Pretty much. We can put 120,000 special force members on stealth helicopters and stealth submarines and stealth boats. You won't see us. You won't hear us. You won't detect us. You won't see us. Russians will shit bricks. Because 20,000 mercs were marching at the Capitol, and Vladimir Putin, all of his troops laid down their arms, and Vladimir Putin got in a helicopter and started flying away. So, quite fucking literally, Putin is not that guy. Fucking what's it called? His opposing president, his rival, his president, is sitting in a prison camp, working away to death. But he didn't kill him, because he knows if he kills him, it'll start a Russian revolution. And if Ukraine really wants to hit home at Russia, there's already 250,000 Russian men that were pro-democracy forces that fled. You just have to, gather a couple of tens and thousands of them, and train them up, and they can fight. They'll probably fight the hardest to liberate their country. You see what I'm saying? The 250,000 Russian men that were pro-democracy forces that fled Russia, they didn't want to be a part of the draft. I bet you can get a couple tens and thousands of them that would gladly fight to liberate their country from Putin's control. Because Ukraine crack units, the special forces, are already striking deep into Russia. And Putin already saw all of his soldiers lay down their arms when 20,000 dudes marched at the Capitol. I'm sitting here trying to think, so you're telling me all it would take is like 30,000 troops to march from the Russian capital, and then all the Russian troops will lay down their arms, and Putin would just go into hiding and run? Oh, damn, that sounds like, what is that again? Fucking checkmate, my guy. Because they have 100% win rate and 440k. It took 22,000 troops from POs over to mercs, marched on the capital, every single Russian troop laid in their arms and stopped fighting. Putin got in a helicopter and fled. So you're telling me all it would take is 35,000 troops? I'm pretty sure Ukraine has like 750,000 troops. You're telling me all they have to do is split their army in two and march 300,000 troops to the capital Moscow and it's checkmate? Oh shit! Guess who has a 100% win rate in Warhammer 40k? This guy. The war's over, my friends. But literally, it just takes Zelensky to take the 300,000 of the 700,000 and march them to Moscow. Every single Russian soldier would lay down their arms like they did for Pyogzin. There's only 20,000. And Putin will run and go into hiding. And then Ukraine will double in size as a nation. And then you can bring back the 250,000 pro-democracy Russians, and they can help liberate the rest of Russia. And they will gladly come back to the nation and fight to liberate their people. And with 300,000 Ukrainians of the 750,000 that Zelensky has, you can then liberate the 1.6 million Ukrainians that are held hostage and the 250,000 children that are abducted. Because I have a 100% win rate and we're in 40k. It's checkmate. This is why NATO was looking at Ukraine like, hey, we've given you everything you need. That's why NATO was like, we gave you all APCs. We gave you all tanks. We gave you all helicopters. We gave you all artillery rounds. We all gave you all missiles. We gave you all guns. So even, that's what they're saying. I guess they don't want to say it. I don't know why they're like doing the whole French tippy-toeing in the glass hall room with tea. It's like the U.S. federal government doesn't want to tell Ukraine to their face, like, hey, y'all motherfuckers, y'all got everything. Like, y'all motherfuckers, we're giving you attack aircraft, advanced attack aircraft, and we already gave you fucking tanks and APCs and ammo and guns and rounds and artillery systems and buses and everything. We've already equipped Ukraine with like $80 billion. And all they have to do is take 300,000 of their 700,000 troops and march in an offensive attack towards Moscow, and it's GG. That's why the U.S. government's kind of looking around like, I don't know if we can keep just giving more shit to Ukraine. Because when you look at it, it's like, they already have everything. So it's kind of up to Zelensky. But I think I understand it now. I think Zelensky doesn't want to make the call. Because he knows that his heart is going to sink with a heavier toll. When Zelensky gives the marching order to go on the offensive, he knows that by giving that order, he's sending women and men off to die. But I'm like, dude, everyone's already dying and fighting now. So make the move where you send 300,000 of your 700,000 troops you have ready to march on Moscow and liberate your people and end this war. Y'all understand that now? Russia only had 350,000 total troops. They sent 120,000 to Ukraine. They lost 300,000. They had to do like 3 shitty like drafts sending off young men to die over 3 years. Like 1 draft each year, and they sent 300,000 men to die. Russia's lost this war. Russia initially sent 120,000 men. They all died. They did a draft 3 more years, 3 more times, and they lost 300,000 troops. Because our NATO guns shoot 3 times longer and further than their guns. Russia's outclassed by 80 years. In tech. An APC unit for Russia, they don't have anything in their vehicles. An armored personnel carrier unit in Russia, its vehicle has like a radio. Doesn't have any kind of defense on it. It's not. Some of them are just like alloy aluminum and like not steel. So you open up like a can of like an old can of beans. They were pushing troops forward in trucks that had wooden beds. Russia was pushing troops forward in trucks that had wooden beds. So when those vehicles got hit, all those men died. Russia, when they do a convoy unit, their units are like 3 to 5 meters next to each other. So when Ukrainian units shot a volley of artillery, it would hit all their vehicles in a line. And just, all these men would just die. Just boom, 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 boom. And they're just dead. Russia would have giant convoy lines that would stretch like 40 miles, but they're like way too close to each other. So then when Ukrainians were using their air force, they could just strafe and they would just hit a whole line of their convoy and just kill a lot of Russian men who die. I said Russia lost 300,000 men. People are probably trying to fathom how you lose 300,000 men. They would push like 30 men or 40 men in a truck and have a wooden bed with a tarp top. So the moment a drone fires a missile at that vehicle, all those 30 to 40 men are dead. Gone. The only solace that they had is that they died instantly. Like in League of Legends, they kill minions. You know, no one really gives a minion an afterthought. You just kind of kill the minions, you keep moving. But in Ukrainian terms, their drones, the drone pilots, they have like hundreds of them. They have hundreds of drone pilots now killing like 5-man, 30-man units of Russians. Russians will park their vehicles next to each other. So they're like, find the ammo site, find the vehicles, drop the bomb from a drone onto an ammo site, detonates, and then it kills like 40 or 60 Russians that were sitting in the campsite thinking that they could try to, they'll put cover up that'll kind of block eyesight for like binoculars, but they won't put the proper cover to protect the top of their vehicles or their foot tracks. So then their foot tracks, you can see kind of where the Russians are at. Then you start analyzing the foot tracks with geospatial intel. Like, okay, we know where they're walking, and then we find their campsite, then we find their ammo site, and then the Ukrainians drop bombs, like 2 or 3 from their drones. And the drone pilots are wearing like these helmets now. The drone pilots sit there, they're wearing these basically AR, VR systems. The drone pilots are sitting there doing this, and they're just dropping bombs on Russians. Russians have no idea, and they're just losing men. And they can't detect them. The drones are so quiet, and they're so high, and they have these high-powered cameras. And we're just constantly reading the ground, trying to get enemy movement. We find their badly tarped vehicles, and you start dropping bombs on their vehicles, on their ammo sites, and they kill a bunch of Russians. That's why you lose 300,000 Russians. They shot a HIMARS rocket, 80 kilometers, to an ammo site. It detonated the first round. The other 5 and 6 round missiles bore into the ground, so it like hits the ground, detonates. The next missile comes in right behind it, detonates. We found an underground storage site. When our missiles went that deep, like 30 meters deep in, that Ukrainians would fire those missiles, it detonates an underground weapon storage unit. The whole thing blew up and it killed a lot of Russians, killed hundreds of Russians. There was a barracks. These Russians had invaded further into Crimea, and Crimea got hit. Crimea is like an island, and it was like a barrack unit that had like 400. It was the intel was 400 to 540 Russian troops were in this barracks, but the ammo, their storage ammo was 30 meters underground, and they fired the HIMARS rockets, and we built these rockets to penetrate through rock and mountain. So when you fire 6 of them, each round can go 30 meters into the ground. Each round can then melt the earth behind it and then detonate another missile as it's flying behind it, and then melts the earth behind it. Another missile comes flying in, and then just another missile comes flying and just blows everything up. So 6 missiles can go like 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters, 30 meters. So 6 missiles from a HIMARS unit can go, what is that? A negative 180 meters into the ground. So the Russians had an ammo unit underneath this barracks. They thought there was only 30 meters in the ground. They thought, well, because they're stupid and we're 80 years more advanced than them, they thought no one can hit it. And we detected it with our satellites, a large deposit of metal underneath human biology. So and then they found a concentration of human energy. Basically, your BDUs, your heartbeat. We can scan an area and we can detect the frequency of human heartbeats, the wavelength of human heartbeats. And then we found a collection of human heartbeats. So she's like 400 human heartbeats beating. This is Crimea. We have found a concentration of metal. We could scan it. Hey, there's a mass of metal. Right above it, there's hundreds of human heartbeats going. They were like, it's a target. Fire. 80 kilometers out. A barrage of 6 missiles. Detonate into the ground. Detonate the ammunition. And they didn't realize what was going to happen. They say they didn't realize what was going to happen. The ammunition blew up, took out the whole site. They said maybe like 30-some Russians survived. You know what Russians were doing? They were sleeping in their ammo sites. Unheard of. Unheard of. They were so, because Russian corruption is so bad, the generals forced their troops to sleep around the ammo. That's why when Ukrainians were destroying ammo sites, it would inadvertently, the radiated blast from an ammo site blowing up is so massive that it would start killing and wounding Russian troops. It was like, God damn. God damn. Russian corruption is so bad. Each general forces his units to like sleep around ammo, to guard the ammo with their lives. But then what the Ukrainians are doing were like hit the ammo sites, and every time they hit the ammo site, it would detonate and wound a whole bunch of Russians. That's why they lost 300,000 troops. Like, holy fuck. But no one has been following the Ukraine-Russian war. No one's been following the illegal invasion of Russia and Ukraine. The fact that Russia destroyed over 2,000 hospitals and medical units and clinics. Russia systematically took guided missiles and destroyed over 2,000 like hospitals, children's hospitals, cancer wards, old folks' homes, general hospitals, public hospitals, surgical sites, clinics, veterinary fucking buildings, bro. Veterinary hospital. He would just systematically destroy 2,000 plus medical places in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin himself just signed himself up for 30 years of like Ukrainians growing up, like just like hating him, and probably Russia. They bombed and blew up schools too. Russia took their weapon systems and targeted schools and blew them up. Russia took their weapon systems and targeted malls and trains and blew them up. Universities along the whole eastern quarter, 1/3 of Ukraine, all the universities are destroyed and gone. 1/3 of Ukrainian preschools and middle schools and high schools are gone, just blown up to smithereens. Russians didn't even want children to go to school, so they destroyed their schools so the Ukrainian children couldn't even go to school. Where the Russian military was so abrasive in their terrorism, they attacked and blew up churches. Sites that are just like widely agreed upon for the past like thousand years, like do not blow up fucking churches. And then fucking the Russian military targeted and blew up old Orthodox cathedrals, targeted with systematic guided missiles, laser guided missiles, satellite missiles, guided missiles, and blew up churches in Ukraine. Just evil, sick shit. There is so many. There used to be like ancient temples, ancient cathedrals, Catholic buildings, Orthodox buildings that have been around for like thousands of years. Gone, leveled, melted, because Russia wiped them away. Priceless oil paintings, stained glass artwork, gone, wiped out, gone, because Russia decided to attack them. Historically beautiful old hand-carved wooden universities. They were gorgeous. Dark wood, hand-carved the libraries for some of the universities that Ukraine had were like decadent, because no one ever attacked a fucking library on a university. No one in their right mind would destroy. It's like, hand-carved, like hard wood, like a beautiful red wood, flooring and walls and everything. It's art, essentially. The building itself is art. It stood there for hundreds and hundreds of years. It was academic, it was institutional learning. It was institutional learning. There was no need to blow it up. And then Vladimir Putin destroyed just universities, destroyed museums, destroyed preschools, destroyed hospitals in Ukraine, pissing off 750,000 Ukrainians. Well, the millions of Ukrainians are pissed off, but like enough to make a whole military of 750,000 ground troops of Ukrainian force. And the reason, too, why Russia's losing is that we have, just in the U.S. itself, we have 7,000 plus volunteer U.S. military members. It's the Ukrainian American Legionnaires. This is just one unit. We have 7,000 plus volunteers and growing. Last time I checked, it was like 7,400, whatever. It was growing. It could be more now, because as the years have gone on, more people have grown up watching this war. So imagine you're 19 and you're 21 or 22, and you're kind of like, bro, fuck Russia, bro. They volunteer their time, and they go over and they fight in Ukraine against Russia. But luckily enough, we have a ton of special forces that are volunteering from all of our NATO countries. And just from the U.S. alone, we have like 7,000. So tallying it up, there's a massive, legionnaire, international legionnaires, international volunteer military in Ukraine, fighting for Ukraine against Russia. Like trained, skilled, badass women and men that are pro-democracy. Kicking the shit out of Russians. Ukrainian morale is up high when they look to the left, look to the right, and like see a British, French, Spanish soldier, and American soldier, and they're like, they can kind of nod their head like, hey, they feel like they're part of NATO. But they also feel like, hey, oh shit, the world has their back. And the whole world does. The vast majority of the world has Ukraine's back. But the checkmate is, just waiting on Ukrainian special forces. And also for Zelensky, like how NATO is, and how the U.S. Congress is basically saying, like, bruv, we've given Ukraine a shit ton of fucking tanks, and APCs, and vehicles, and helicopters, and ammo, and guns. And all it takes is more than 30,000 troops to march upon Moscow, and all those Russian troops laid down their weapons, and Vladimir got a helicopter and started running. Because he's not that guy. He won't even kill his opposing presidential primary guy. He put him in a prison, and now that dude's working in a prison for life. Now, if Ukrainian Special Forces can free the real president of Russia, then we could just kind of kickstart this into gear. Checkmate. I have a 100% win rate and 140k. My man. I don't know why this the pants string or the pajama strings, whatever. I freaking tied them, and they come undone. I don't understand. I don't understand. It makes no sense. I literally tied the fucking pajama strings, and it keeps coming undone. It makes no fucking sense. You know what this tells me? These pajamas suck, man. These pajamas aren't good enough, bro. That's what it's telling me. Yeah, makes no fucking sense. You know what I think it is? I'm not even gonna say it. You know what I think it is? I think I know why the design is bad. I'm not even gonna say it. That's so funny. It's almost like it ain't no way. Like I'm laughing in my mind because there ain't no way. Why the pants design is that bad if I think about it, and I was trying to deduce. Like, never mind. It's not possible. That's not possible. What's happening? Okay, it's BLG versus TS. People are kind of wondering, like, how or why? Well, technically, I was going to say my delay should tack on to another delay and then adds to my react. So if I had did I put league react? My bad if I did not put league react. My apologies. Oh, I did not. I should have put league react. But either way, I think, actually it doesn't even matter. You don't have to put league react because I am reacting. God damn. The very act itself is being conducted. Type it. Holy shit. So, as I'm reacting to league, my own 2.2 second delay or whatever equates to the video being different. And then, of course, if I don't use their audio, then I'm using my capability to cast and react to information that's already behind. It's the same thing that happens when you watch football. ESPN will update the stats first because the game's going live. Any kind of stream of a football, like you're watching NBA TV. It doesn't matter. Like we've seen it before. You can watch NBA TV on your cell phone, or you can pay for what's it called, YouTube TV or whatever. And I have paid for YouTube TV before in the past, and like Hulu TV before in the past. And you'll notice that, of course, the streaming content will always have a delay. They do that on purpose to separate the two files legally. So you have a streaming cast that's live, real time. But anytime ESPN tries to cover it, they could immediately cover it, but they don't. There's always delay for the digital data, and that's done on purpose. So like my 2 second delay is enough plus my react. Basically, like if you don't use their audio, it's already since I'm reacting to it and commentating over it, and I'm behind the cast. The cast has real-time data, and I'm not using real-time data. I'm using my own delayed data. 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000. 5 seconds. So, delay is probably anywhere between 2 seconds and 10 seconds, depending on where someone's at in the United States. So, someone's watching from like Alaska, New York, or Florida, they're seeing 10 seconds probably. Or it could be 5 seconds or 10 seconds, depending on how fast, how slow their internet is. You know what's so funny? In LA, the internet's slower because there's too many people. There's too many people in the LA area that they're all drawing upon the net. You know what's so funny? People are like, what? It's the very act of wanting information is creating packet losses. The very act of wanting information is creating packet losses. There's so many people that are all drawing data, like pulling data, that not enough data can be sent out. People are like, what? Oh, my bad, because 30% of humans are dumb. 30% of humans have average intelligence, and 30% of humans are educated. Just across the board. And so, how can I explain to you the 60%? We need fiber optic internet all over the United States, which should generate and create a whole bunch of new jobs. But we still rely on copper cords. So we're drawing upon the data from copper cords that cannot disseminate enough data to everybody. As the population ramps up and more people get online. That's why your cell phone, you're probably thinking, look at the technology. Why is cell phone towers fuck up? Because, people know this. The average person's already experienced this. Okay, 99% of people understand this. When you go to a stadium or a concert, what happens? They talk about, man, don't use your cell phone, man. The coverage sucks, and you can't get a 5G connection out because everyone's on 4G and everyone's on 5G. Like, yeah. But, what's the problem? Oh, radio signals. Cell phone towers can't interact with each other. Because the concentration of people is drawing too much power. Because they're using, what is it? Old copper cords. A lot of the radio towers are really old. They're just piggybacking off each other. They didn't build new radio towers. So Verizon just bought old commercial radio towers. Actually, all these different cell phone companies kept buying other people's radio towers that are made out of copper cords to save money and time. They're cutting corners, essentially. They didn't want to rebuild their own network. Now, what the United States needs is it needs fiber optic everywhere. We have a whole bunch of old copper cords kind of laid out all over the United States. And too many humans drawing data from a system that can't disseminate enough data fast. We need fiber optic everywhere. And we're not there yet. We're not there yet because even in LA, there's so much old copper that was laid down, like fucking literally, that it's affecting okay, I'll explain to people that understand. Metal itself produces inference. Okay, never mind, people understand. The very fact that there is copper even being used to transmit data or to have data, they do not interlope. Make more sense? Okay, I can explain it. 99% of the public understand this. Wi-Fi signals can overlap and cause inference. And you'll fuck up your Wi-Fi signals and it weakens it. Because it starts bouncing at the same frequency. That's why when people are like, man, why is my Wi-Fi connection sucks? Because there's a lot of interference happening. And it's by accident. So now in neighborhoods and suburbs, people are they're blasting these massive Wi-Fi signals. And there's so much interference that it weakens the connections. So when you go to a stadium, indoors or outdoors, you try to use your cell phone, you're like, it fucking sucks. No, it's just all these signals are bouncing off each other and they're canceling each other out. You can't get anything out. So copper, the metal itself, laid out all over LA. There's so much of it. They all resonate an energy signature. And as they bounce and get stronger, they can superimpose and interlope. They can exponentially grow and cause more interference. And then they infringe and inference upon each other. People don't understand. Like, for example, cement stops all radio signals. People either understand it or don't understand it. So there are times when you're in like a cement reinforced steel parking structure. You're like, fuck, bro, I can't call anybody. Like, I just keep walking, just keep walking, and then you call somebody. Because the rock itself doesn't allow any kind of radio frequency. It can actually absorb radio frequencies. Rocket is very porous. It has a whole bunch of really small holes. So then the radio energy signature gets absorbed into the cement. Okay? So when you're in certain skyscrapers or certain buildings, you're like, damn, why's my signal suck? They're like, the skyscraper's in the way. No, it's the very porous and ferrous material that makes up buildings absorbs radio signals and frequencies and energy. So same thing in LA. There's copper everywhere, laid out everywhere for all different kinds of shit. It interferes with radio signals, interferes with Wi-Fi wavelengths. But guess what doesn't do that? Fiber optics. We'll eventually get there. We're just not there yet. So the thing down in LA, people have like slow internet. Or internet is failing. There's more and more people each year come online to attach to the net. The packet losses will increase because we're drawing on more and more data that cannot be disseminated fast enough. Quite fucking literally. I know Biden. Basically you need fiber optics all over the United States, and there should be like a resounding cheer from like probably like everyone using the internet, like fuck yeah, but it's more of like a holy shit before you start crippling the economy. You know what I mean? Like yeah. A fucking train station in Philadelphia wants to use a switchboard. Bro, just fucking go to LEDs, man, or touchscreens, bruv. Like, what are they doing, man? It's almost like it ain't no way. Philadelphia, they want to bring back the switchboard, like the flipboard switchboard. And I'm like, dude, why are we bringing up old technology? And then some people in the comments said, man, we love the clickety-clackety sound. I was like, can we make decisions now so 20 years from now our grandchildren aren't laughing at us? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you feel me on that one? Like, goddamn. God, like, you're sitting there, and instead of the digital board popping up where you need to go on the train station, it's clicking and clacking. It's click, 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 click. The switchboard's just clicking and clacking as it's trying to filter data. You're just sitting there. I know for a fact it's going to piss off like 99% of the people visiting. They just want to look, see a digital touchscreen or a screen, and just be able to be like, okay, hey, there's my train. Instead, you're going to go to Philadelphia, and you're going to be like, what in the hippopotamus is going on here? It's just, this switchboard just clipping and clacking. Just click, 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 click. And you're just like, can we not bring back old technology? Do you know what I'm saying? Just, goddamn, man. God. What is this? KT Roaster aiming a missed relationship under. What is he doing? What? KT Roaster. Oh shit, that dude fucked up. He done messed up. Well, kick him from the league and get him help then. Now, what I said was correct. LCK needs to ban aiming, and then yeah, what I said was correct. Real footage of Catro's pals and labor camp. That's messed up, bro. That's messed up. That's messed up. But yeah, KT Roaster aiming. And you fire and kick that guy from the professional scene, and then you can go get him help, I guess. But aiming done messed up. Aiming did not mess up. Aiming messed up. So you kick him from the league in the scene, and then you can go get him mental therapy help or something like that. Aiming, KT Roaster's aiming done fucked up. Well, yeah, he fucked up. He fucked up. What is this? This is a Razor taking W in and off the rift. Isn't it on the rift? You're not in the rift. You're on the rift. It's on and off the rift. You're not inside the rift. You are on top of the rift. You play on top of a playing field. You are on the pitch. You are on the field. What in the grammar? Did Cagle stop to read that? He didn't notice? Dude, come on. What is happening here? Oh my goodness, bro. That's messed up, man. I was about to say something, but I can't. What? There ain't no way, bro. Dude, what? Ain't no way, bro. That was planned. Don't play it, bro. It's like a scripted. It's like a scripted. It's like a scripted Reddit post. That's messed up, bro. That's messed up. Huh? 6 votes? What? Oh no. Oh, Palworld. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of Palworld. Yeah. I mean, see, you know what's so crazy is there's so many new Pokemon that like I don't know, but I do know this. That there are other Pokemon players that are better experts than I am, and they'll probably recognize some of the same animation of 3D animated Pokemon that they've seen for the past couple decades.
Angel was a really good jungler. I don't know why people keep saying that he was mid or bad. He had such a shit team, but he was always a strong contender amongst Europe's best junglers. That's probably the best take I've ever seen. The first part. My team wasn't that shit. My team was good. But saying that I was one of the best junglers, that is true. You're fucking, Arya, you fucking know. He was a 500 viewer Andy while he was a pro. Don't glaze him too hard. That's a lie. That is a lie. That's a lie. I was a fucking 15 viewer Andy for 2 years. I was a 50. Is there any OGs in the chat? Let me see. No, none of the mods are OGs here, I think. Was any of the No, stop saying me. You're not. You're lying. Aglan, were you here 4 years ago? Were you here in not in 2020, in 2018, 2019? Were you here?
I mean,
15 viewer Andy.
I take it as an insult.
I had 500 viewers when I was on the LEC. When I was in the LEC, I did the LEC stuff.
Where is this?
What are you writing? I was here in 2019. You're following since August 3rd, 2022. Shut the fuck up, idiot. You're such a liar.
What's going on?
I see your fucking caught you in 4K.
What is Casual going on about?
Fans compare the jersey.
What is Casual going on about?
See? I did the LEC stuff. Fucker, what are you writing? I was here in 2019. You're following since August 3rd, 2022. Shut the fuck up, idiot.
Oh, some fan. Bro, why is he getting one guy? Dude, what? Oh, I understand. Oh, I understand. Maybe he says, cool, we just started the day. But it's 2 a.m. Oh. That's why. It's 2 a.m. That's so funny. The sweater is still supposed to be clean. The reason the sweater smells clean is because I had like a shirt, thermal, and another shirt. So like the sweater just didn't get dirty. Wait, you know what dirty is? Clothes accumulating your dead skin cells. So like my sweater's still clean. That's pretty funny. A lot of people heard that. It sounds like just my right shoulder just popping. Oh, let's turn both lights. Very big. I was looking at the Baus. I gotta show you. do. I'll just show them the. I never get a way like that towards my hands. It's just kind of weird. It is. Oh, you know what I should do? My bad. The Koshire. I have no idea if I'm on top of the camera or not. Way too close. Way too close. There we go. Oh, my bad. Stingray skin. This is just a tea dye. You know, regular cotton, and then it's just using tea and dyeing the hilt, like a light brown. And then this is a Kamakura Suba. It's very interesting tie. And I won't show too much. Just enough. I wonder how this is coming up on camera. Oh, I should probably show this. Oh, my bad. Wait, may or may not be coming on camera proper. I have no idea if this is coming out proper on camera. There's also, I think we can, I don't know, actually, I can't show that. There's actually, there's a limitation. I can show Seti EI, and that's it. Oh, that's my phone hitting stuff. I don't know if this is popping up on camera. Actually, it probably is not. Oh, what am I doing? Do this, maybe from here, it's a better distance. There's so many, there's like, there's, and there's, think Hakashani moves. Technically. Did someone say... Oh, you're probably referring to... I don't understand. What I can do is just... As a relic and as a piece of art. Well, if you understand, you go in, you bring up, you go, and then in, up. Oh, my bad. I forgot the chairs here. My bad, chair. It's Naito. Still. That's fine. happened? Kenny Aito. It's the lower back. I can't do this anymore. I can't do martial arts anymore. My lower back is in pain every single day. It'd been great to one day even have the opportunity to be like a grandmaster in Sudoku Yari Kempo, but I can't. Because my lower back is in pain every single day. What if I told you it felt like I had a whole second family? You know, it was like brothers and sisters in arms, all in the pursuit of this martial art that we respect and adore, and for the family, Yoshimitsu. Well, actually, I shouldn't say his whole name because, well, people can look it up, but just even out of respect, I shouldn't say his full name. Just basically the school and the family, the head family, Grandmaster Soke, Grandmaster Soke, Soke, and I cannot pursue the martial arts because I'm back pain every single day. I saw this one guy, Logan, take off his shirt on Soke Illustrating, and I was just like, well, shit, since he did it, I was like, I'm just gonna. But, hold on. Someone said no. P. Well, with Cook, he would rip off his shirt all the time and then just put on a new shirt. But I'm doing the same thing. I'm just, I figure since Cook had been doing it for like years, ripping off his shirt, and changing to a new shirt, I was like, what's it called? I was like, shit, that must be okay for me to be able to change. And they did change the policy too. They did change. Sure. But yeah. Oh, it's cold. I was just about off there. Thinking about something else and moving. Yeah, I was like, after watching Cook for years, he would rip off his shirt, like, he'd rip off his shirt and just, like, put on a new shirt for years. And I was like, well, if he could do that, then I could just, I could take off my shirt. I was like, you feel me? Yeah. All in on no easy. So shit. Oh, come from a boxing family or whatever. So we're always just gotta he's losing his mind. What? Oh, it's mid piece is 3-0. Why is someone losing their mind? What? Okay. Oh. Oh, never mind. I understand. Oh, I have no idea. What? What did the dude just say? Bro, you team trying to carry your ass. I've carried games as a fucking support. I've carried games as an ADC. I've hard carried games as a fucking mid laner. I also hard carried games as a jungler and a top laner. Who the fuck is that dude talking to? I've thought about this. I think I want 2 wives. Yeah. Because then my heart is still big enough for the kids too. People think they make fun of this, of the relationships. They make fun of relationships in terms of what's it called? They make fun of relationships because they think the gentleman can't love more than one person. And the way I've thought about it is my heart is too large for just one partner. I think I'm going to need more than one partner. And actually, I know it's going to sound weird, but like I know the number. People are going to be like, what? I need like 5 wives. Or 5 partners. 5 partners, 5 wives, because that's how much stamina to have. Basically, is the best way to put it. I need 5 wives because it's like too much love. Hey, can that make sense? Y'all get what I'm getting at? Y'all hear what I'm throwing down? Makes sense? Or maybe I should just speak clearly. It's like one woman would have me for 5 hours, or I would need 5 different wives. Basically, that's like my stamina. If that kind of makes sense. I was sitting here thinking about it, and I was like, okay, that means sex every day for 5 hours, or 30 minutes each day, or 1 hour each day. So I was trying to like break it down, and I was like, maybe that's too much stamina. So I was like, yeah, I think I need 5 wives. Like, or else it's just like I have so much stamina that it'd be like 5 hours every night. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. It's just like, but yeah. Yeah, it's either 5 hours and I have 1 partner, or 1 hour a day, 5 days a week, or 5 wives. Because that's too much stamina. I have way too much stamina. That's crazy. So is it playing like a tank? Well, hopefully not dissing tanks, because I can, like, if people are dissing tanks, that means they don't know how to play tanks. Or they're bad at playing tanks and only play one style. That's why a player that's an assassin player that only plays assassins and never took the time to learn marksman or mage or vanguard or warden or juggernaut or slayer or assassin. They didn't take the time to learn any of those classes. So with League of Legends, what I would do for call me Professor Art Ray or Professor Death Ray. Welcome to Summer to School Class 101, Fundamentals of League of Legends. And what we teach you is basically the archetypes. So day 1, the first schedule would be to quiz and have the students understand in terms of League of Legends Summer to School class. The basis is the archetypes. For some reason everyone forgets it. It goes burst, poke, sustain. There's only 3. Burst, poke, sustain. Or sustain, poke. Oh no. Burst, poke, sustain. Doesn't go the other way. It can't. So in the burst category is your assassins, your fighters and assassins. In your poke category, it's your marksmen and your mages. he goes, what does poke beat? Sustain. What is sustain? Vanguard and Juggernaut. And then, what does burst lose against? Juggernaut. Because they sustain to the burst. Poke loses to sustain, so it goes burst beats poke, because poke isn't supposed to get hit. So burst has a ton of damage, fighters and assassins, to just destroy poke champs. Poke champs are marksmen and mages. They cannot get jumped. They can't basically get jumped on by burst champions. Or they go down. They get hard countered. And then poke champions are there to whittle down, just fire, cast spells. Like they're casting spells, or all these different types of spells they're casting. Onto sustain champions. And sustain champions are just kind of getting hit. Sustain champions are Vanguards and Juggernauts. So welcome to Summer School of League of Legends 101. Understanding your archetypes gives you the foundation to League of Legends. And will be the building block for how you combat and fight against champions you've never seen before. You don't ever have to learn. Once you understand burst, poke, sustain, you can play the game and freely play the game and open your mind up to the game. And you don't ever have to master 150 champions. I've already taken the pleasure to master 108. 108 of the 167 champions. And so by doing that, further broadening my intelligence of the game. But why does somebody put 325 Grandmaster? Is that a number? Why is that? 325 LV Grandmaster. Oh, I should tell them congrats. If that is their rank, if that is Nightbot put. Oh, that's Midbeast's rank. It's 325 LV GM. GM 325. Okay. I would still say congrats to Midbeast for reaching the GM rank on EUS, because now he broke into the top 99.9, I think 9%, I think technically. So he's in the top 0.001% or something like that. Breaking into that group is an honor and a feat, my friend. It is not easy. Just reaching, GM and EUS, just reaching that rank alone is a dream for 99.99%. 99.99% of the server. So congratulations, Midbeast. Quite literally. By Midbeast actually being GM and being here gives a sneak preview to players that may never ever reach GM. Because 99% of the viewers that are watching will never reach GM. Why did somebody say, what? Joey06 LOL. What are you saying right now, bro? Still the Midbeast. I believe Midbeast is still the Midbeast. Because 99.99% of chat will never reach GME US. So everyone is seeing a sneak peek of something they'll never be able to get to. So chat should be grateful to Midbeast. And on top of that, a loyal fan, and you're supporting, a good dude, but you know what chat is 50% of the time? Bashing Midbeast. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy that 50% of chat is bashing Midbeast when 99.99% of them will never get to this rank. That's fucking hilarious. Alright, bros. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh. Still kind of chilling. Oh, did it turn off? Oh, what the hell? Oh, there you go, Oxy. What are we doing? She's still playing Power Up? Oh my goodness. I'm just not a fan of this Power Up thing. I think Oxy's a cool person. But I'm just not a fan of The Pog World thing.
Lana Del Rey, thank you so much for the follow.
Someone. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, that's a good one.
Subscriber's name is. That is a wholesome one. I think. Kind of. Is that wholesome? Is that? Should I shout that out? Should I? Should I not shout that name out?
Alright, cool. Okay, they built that pretty quick.
She said, "Oh, cool." Wait. I don't.
The old spherical workbench.
What?
For that.
What? Hold on. What's going on? What is she doing right now? She's building a campsite? No, she's building a
Okay, so we unlocked this pretty
workstation.
quick.
Wait, are you sure about that in the ocean? Oxy,
Yay!
are you building the workbench into the ocean with the fishes?
There's gym leaders, yeah. Oh, okay, so we can make these.
Oh my goodness, Oxy, what are you doing? What is she doing?
There are gym leaders. Okay, we look pretty good.
What is she doing? Oxy will
I only have 14 fire
randomly
arrows?
like
What the
stick
heck?
out her tongue, and I'm like,
Oh,
what is she
someone
doing?
had a stone?
Interesting.
That's not good.
She said someone had a stone. There's rocks, yeah. Oh, she has to get stone. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of.
I guess I used up
Yeah.
all of my chicken.
You used up all your chicken.
Are megas compared
What
to
is
ultra
that?
balls?
What does that mean? She does it again. She's putting her tongue out of her. What?
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
Like mega balls? I haven't seen those. Like mega Pokemon? I'm just playing Dota. Oh.
I'm laughing at the dumbest thing right now. I am laughing at the dumbest thing right now.
That's funny.
Wait, what's funny?
Ultra balls?
Wait,
Oh yeah,
what's
I think so. The
what?
Megasphere does
Hold
create
on.
ultra balls, yeah.
Is that why I kept hearing the duck
I
sound?
wish that my I guess my
when I was playing League of Legends? Is that what I was hearing?
right, or not my drill bird, but like the little drill eel, whatever the fuck. Oh, I need flame organs? Oh, I think I'm out of those. Definitely out of those. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Alright, I mean I have how many arrows do I have? I have 15. I have more than that usually. What you got for me? Gold coins. I think I have more arrows than that right now. 18. Horn.
Hmm. Did she just say H-O-E? Or she said corn? She's... What?
Don't I have a...
Oh. Chair's too close.
How do I unlock that?
She wants to unlock what? What is she trying to unlock? Oh, but I don't know this game.
I have a crossbow. Oh, a poison bow. I have 2. I have the uncommon one, so... Okay, I need a lot of stuff for this. Alright, got it. Got it. A lot of work there. Got master balls 2 times? What does that mean? That's not true. Oh, I'm wasting my ingot. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. as of now, though, which is sad. I know I want to make a Discord for it, but I haven't done it yet, and I need mods to run it.
Oh.
You guys.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
5,000
People,
party? I think I have 6.
people that have free time that don't have free time.
Oh, it's only 5.
Oh, what? What did you say? Did she? Is it 5 pals in your party? She did it again. She stuck her tongue out. But I'm trying to think, like, is it because something is...
Oh, to begin boss battle.
Is it the skin starts to dry and she has to lick it? Or is it...
I've never done a boss.
She sees something that... She sees something that is...
Oh my god, I think I love her.
Oh my...
She's so cute. I love her. She's literally me.
Hmm? She wants to wear black and red. She is wearing black and red. Oh. You would play. Oh my goodness. And then Oxy said, I can't believe you said that. And I'm like, no, it's right. Someone said, Hamlin said, freaking Totoro. It is Totoro. What the heck? Bro, you can't. It is Totoro. You cannot not know what Totoro is. Actually, they can't even use that model. There's no way. Oh no. Power World, they gotta change the creatures, dude. They gotta change the creatures. Oh, you don't have nearly enough arrows.
What?
Who doesn't have arrows? Me? Someone else? No, it's more like, you know, it's a lot. It's not 11, it's not 15, it's more like 18 times. So it's already enough. You know, if I had 5 wives, I would still be able to, you know, spend like 5 hours each day. See, I don't think that's what people don't understand. Monday through Friday, 5 hours each day, 5 different wives. That would be like the max. But I think if I had 2 wives and 3 wives, then they would probably enjoy that much better. Where all of a sudden, if I had 2 wives, then each wife would have like 3 days. That's a lot, you know? 5 hours each night. Like 5 hours each night is a lot. So that's why I need like 5 wives. Because I have like too much stamina. Yeah. Yep. That's my problem. Yeah. Oh, I'm not sure. Don't know this game. Oxy's doing good. Oxy, she has 400 viewers. She's doing alright. Let's tune in to Montana. Say hi.
Probably before you play Bingar? Oh, yeah, I forgot about the Bingar.
I don't know.
Oh, I shouldn't be. I just thought I was gonna
Like a
do
weird
that.
now.
That was me being stupid. Nice. Very, very good. What's the music? Redeems it? Ram Ranch time? Wait, what's Ram Ranch? I've heard of it. Howdy, hi everybody, welcome back. We don't need music, okay, variety. Hydrate? I've got tea.
Yeah,
I
see,
hope that's
because
not
I got
dry.
it. Oh yeah, no, tea is great. Tea is actually, I should make some tea. She's right. I saw the tea. I need to make some tea. Good job. Also, no, What does that mean?
Get off of me, you bitch.
I mean,
Trying to stand behind
it's not good. I can imagine. You know what? We need that energy. We need the energy for the LCS. We need the energy for the LCS. I wish our pro players would be more themselves, you know, but they're too like tight knit. Yeah, they can't even express themselves. That was a great kill. Good kill. Also, but I gotta make some tea because Montana made some tea. So, oh, she got out. Oh no, she's. Oh wait, where's my little tactician? Why does he not pop up when I play? Let me figure it out.
The more you mastery, the more I can take it. Okay, I don't have heavy. Otherwise everything gets me then.
Some.
No, why did you? I was trying to block it. Bring me your mastery emote, please. What's the what? Wait, what? Does this guy have a fucking challenger emote?
Who?
I've
Who?
heard
What?
people use
Who?
it, sorry.
Huh? Who?
Oh my god, way to
Hmm?
flex, guys.
Way to flex. Who's flexing the challenger rank? Where? Where? Oh, did you see the shield? Nice. Good save. Good save. No, good save. Oh, dodge. Oh. Too close to the wall. She pinched herself. Did she pinch herself? Just thinking. Good save. Yeah. I'm still amazed at the creativity of some gothic phone players. Gothic phone, what use the heck's gothic? Oh wait, did she drop the alt not on the enemy? It's go time. Well, maybe not. No, maybe not. It's okay. It's okay. But I wonder if Montana is playing more nervous. Maybe she feels like the pressure got to her, so she forced herself to make a play. Mm-mm.
But I went on a massive loss streak. I was like one game off of Diamond, and then I just lost a million games. But I didn't really play last split either. I played in the final week or so because I'm like, come on guys, I have to get some Diamond. I can't be a stupid little Emerald player. But then I just lost nearly
I've oh my bad. I'll explain this again. I've beaten challenger players. South Korean. I've beaten Chinese challenger players. Being grandmaster players. And I've already set records. I got plus 37 LP gains. And so yeah, plus 35 LP gains. Plus 34 LP gains, plus 36 LP gains, plus 37 LP gains, plus 35 LP gains, plus 35 LP gains, plus 33 LP gains, plus 34 LP. So yeah, and beaten Chinese and South Korean challenge players and grandmasters. Pinched. People are saying, what? Well, if you're in the center of the map and you're falling back, you fall back to center, then as the missile's coming, you can see its trajectory, and you just move out of the way. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you're in the center, you see the trajectory coming, and you move out of the way. If you're already against the wall, by the time you see it, you get pinched. So you have nowhere to go. That makes sense? So, yeah.
Certain rank,
I'm not sure about this. Did she make it work? Oh. Good play. She made it work. Go in. Q. Did they kill the... Nice. Oh. Now all you have to do is flash W to Ezreal, and y'all can do a lot of damage.
Let me order these minions for my fucking tattoo. It's okay, we need control.
That's all good. You're gonna...
That man is a war criminal? You're not a fan? Not a fan of the Yi? He's silver, gold, peak, I'm pretty certain. I did look at the OPGG after. Cause like... I don't know, I'll still... Like, I don't know.
I think 99% of your chat
Well, that was just got played.
has never gotten a 10 out of 10 score, or 100 score.
He is good for hydrate, good non sufficient. Ramranch is bliss. I don't even really know what that is. And this Ezreal is fucking shit talking us. Lovely.
Someone said it got to phone play.
Oh, it's on the fucking Riven!
Well, this is probably because, no offense, Montana doesn't know how to play fighters.
Never mind, Kha'Zix.
That's but it's okay. You know, if they take the time to learn how to play fighting champions, and yeah.
Pain and suffering.
So. Where's the team? Why is the team not following up?
Okay. WTF new main? I'm Pantheon, if that's what you're saying. God. I once played Pantheon J4 bot because one of, because Garonite or Zany, they wanted that, and also played that in Arena. Not for very long, though, because I'm not a fucking Pantheon main. Yeah, my
No.
PB are disappointed. What? Why?
It has nothing to do with being a Pantheon main. It has to do with understanding fighters. So it goes back to this Professor Deathray Art right here. Summer School Class 101. Kind of foundation of League of Legends. There's burst, poke, sustain. The burst category, you have fighters and assassins. And fighting champions lead the game. Let me say this again. Fighting champions lead the game. And then the second strongest is assassins. And the third strongest is marksman. And the fourth strongest is mage. And the fifth strongest is tank. And the sixth strongest is juggernaut. Because the archetype doesn't change. The archetype is always intact. Fighters beat assassins. Fighters and assassins are both in the burst category. Assassins beat marksmen. Marksmen in the poke category. Marksmen and poke beat mage poke. Marksmen and mages are both in the poke category. Mages beat tanks. Poke brittles down sustain. Disdain are vanguard tanks, warden tanks, Juggernauts. The sustain category is Warden tanks, Vanguard tanks. Oh, that's Vanguard tanks, Warden tanks, Juggernauts. I mean, just tanks. Right? Tanks and Juggernauts. And then among the tank class, there's a subclass where we've dubbed in the community called like super tanks. That's a whole other class. There's a whole other thing talking about that. So yeah. And then Juggernauts beat fighters. And the circle keeps going. Arcana League of Legends. Summer School Class 101. I mean, I just saw 3 people in the party, right? Was that 3 from the party? Is that tripping? Oh, it's 4 people. Oh yeah, they're playing A-Rank. So what are they doing? Oh, can I get Masters? No, we have Masters at home. Masters at home. What?
Scam? I don't know. I don't think scam is the right word. Wait, what was I gonna show you? Oh, this. Wow, guys. This is my greatest accomplishment in life. Wow. Yeah, really cool. Really epic. Would anyone else like to join? Do we want to
This is
play
us?
norms or? Wow, guys. Rate 4 out of 5? Yeah, because there's no one like.
Someone saying.
Else that's.
Oh,
No one
it's
playing with
shit, right?
masters. Mad invite, sheesh. It's fake. It's like if I bought something that was designer, but it
Oh.
was fake. That's what it's like.
She has
It's literally like I
one
buy
check.
a fake designer bag, and people are complimenting me on it, and I can't accept the compliments because it's fake. Do you have a banner? No, because I was only.
The compliments are fake. Nothing is. Well.
Are you online?
Is she saying compliments are fake?
Okay.
Oh.
We could play norms, but I don't know what you.
She didn't like my acting voice. I see. Maybe that was it. So like British artists practice like an American accent to try and play American characters. And then you know,
Real or norms?
for an American actor to play as an Australian, he'd probably have to, you know, get the accent right. To be like in an Australian movie or something. Right? I think that's the only way. That's probably the only way I have to speak Australian, you know?
Play flex? We can't. It says we can't at the moment. Next season.
And then, you know,
Either.
it just makes
Never
more
mind.
sense.
Exactly.
You
That's
know?
what I said. Fake. Stop it. My daughter's AliExpress. Yeah.
Why did someone say it's fake? Why is she?
Oh my god, you guys are silly. Stupid. I bet he's walking around the CBD with a Louis. Plus, Emerald Flex might be my fault. I think I can play with Emerald and Arc, maybe. I'm not sure. I think. I don't know. What rank are we flexing on? Hey, Master. No,
That's
stop.
what.
Dude, it's literally. You're trying to encourage me to wear like fake designer clothes. That's what it is. That's what
Oh,
the
wait,
deal
what?
is.
What? Who?
I
What?
know what you're doing.
Who's doing what?
More competitive team environment, thus higher status.
Wait, who's doing what?
No.
I don't understand.
Oh my god,
I don't
no.
understand.
I need to play solo queue. I need to go solo queue. It's so nice though, yeah, but that's not why you want me to play it. That is not why, okay? Yeah, that's dumb. Do you guys want me to show you the Sunny Angels? They're coming to Mui tomorrow, but I'm not going to be in Melbourne, and they're going to sell out in an instant. Everyone gets their Sunny Angels from Mui now. Although I'd go to a place near the Froyo place. Kana is rank 1 out of the 1 player that plays fake flex. already know that, yeah? How will you tell her I'm trying? Why does it matter so much to you? Why is it this big of a deal? Yeah. Why? Are you guys Lost Honey Angels tomorrow? No, because I won't be in Melbourne, but I'll show you the angels. I'll show you the Valentine's Day ones that are fucking adorable.
Hmm.
Okay. Here we go. Just while I'm in queue.
Oh, these are little.
Wait, no, these aren't it. Okay, queue popped, but I'll still show you anyway. Where are they? Says this year.
Excuse me, sorry, I'm burping.
I think it's the Gifts of Love collection. Yeah, Gifts of Love. Okay, I'm in Champ Select, but you guys already know I'm picking Senna, so. Okay, so these ones, this is like the most recent collection, I believe. And the ones I got this like little chocolate bunny thing. And also this one, I'm not sure if they're all rabbits. Are they all rabbits or are these like loppier ones dogs? I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I could probably breed and
Why are they naked babies?
Yeah. Loppier rabbits.
I don't
They
understand.
are all rabbits. I thought so.
I don't understand, but why are they?
And look at them. It says love in you. My mom got this one. And look at these. Oh my god. These ones are so cute.
But
they're the secret ones. Oh, they're so cute though. They're adorable. Like.
Is it for Montana? Is she getting
Valentine's Day always has like the
baby
cutest
fever?
things. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? My fucking share.
Oh, we gotta get first. You gotta go.
Pick.
Okay, what's Seraphine's? Hopefully did she practice a Seraphine counter?
Bro.
She did not practice a Seraphine counter.
They pick Seraphine. I am fucking screwed.
You have a third champion, right? What's your?
My two champions. Yeah, truly that. Truly not that Senna has like a crazy high win rate. Definitely not that. It's not that Senna has like a ridiculous win rate and that he's kind of OP, and it's not that Seraphine is like also pretty strong. It's nothing got to do with that. It's just that I'm too popular. You got this, Montana? What's your third most champ mastery then? It's pretty close between Lux and MF, but I think it's Lux because I just played that sometimes. This is me, champ.
Support Lux?
The thing at MF top mastery, you've never seen that. You've never witnessed it. It's actually Seraphine support though, huh? Yeah, I'm sure as well.
Support Lux.
Yes, I have. No, you've never. These things kind of haunting. Oh, Valentine's Day coming up. Sheet. Yeah. They always have like such cute shit. Like, have you guys seen the Le Creuset? I have one of them. Have you guys seen the Le Creuset like heart collection?
Le Creuset.
Sorry, I like cute flair and stuff. I barely use it because I'm too scared to like damage it or accidentally drop it.
What did Montana just say?
But they have like a heart collection which is adorable. I've got some ramekins I think with it and also a Dutch oven. Look at them. They're so cute.
That's good for Valentine's.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I would say I can't wait to like have my own place and have all this cute shit. However, when I do eventually get my own place, I don't know when that will be, when I'm eventually done with schooling. I probably won't be able to afford this stuff. Yeah. Support Luxon. When Senna is banned or picked, I don't like playing support. Like, even though support is technically my main role, I would prefer to jungle or like ADC probably if Senna is not up. Because I don't like it.
She didn't trust her Lux?
OC, Tanner, what are you? See, I was here.
Oh.
Dude, I went 9 and 6.
She feels like she's famous on the server.
9-6 is not top. Did you want the red Dutch oven, like the heart one? You said I wasn't there though? Yeah, but that's not popping off, so you weren't there for when it popped up. Okay? I don't count that. That doesn't count. That's
okay.
fake.
Emerald,
Fake news.
Diamond. Right? Yeah, it's Emerald Diamond.
Got hard cuffed by
because
After you go hard,
League of
dude,
Legends added
the Lofia, what's it
the
called?
True Skill 2 or something like that. Real time
The Lofia
evaluation of the game.
Sunny Angels are too cute. They are adorable. You get one of your Melbourne
Like
contacts to buy them for you.
I
Yeah,
have
but they're gonna sell
I have
out so
normal
quick. They're
games
like released at 12 p.m.
with Diamond
Not the
and
big
Emerald
ones.
players.
Anyway, yeah, the
You
secret
feel me?
ones are adorable. The only secret Sunny Angel I have though is Peanut. He's my favorite. Partially for like sentimental reasons, and I remember where I was when I got him when I unboxed him, and I was so confused as to what he was. Didn't realize he was a peanut. The heart one. Let me take a look. It is cute, although I don't really use my other heart one much, but that's also because I'm scared. Okay, I'm scared of using them. And I'm scared to like have them out in the kitchen because what if they accidentally drop or oh my god, there's so much gear here. I need to go do some more baking. When's the top lane gameplay? When are you gonna coach me?
Bro,
Let me
she has no idea.
play a
I
few
love
Peanuts.
baking. What are you talking about? Well, I don't bake. I like baked goods.
So over. Center is banned. Is it over, chat?
Nah,
Who? Yeah.
nah. Trust me.
Fair.
Well, what you do is you fall back into your what's it called?
Dodging norms,
Your
by the way.
she said dodging norms. Shouldn't dodge. Oh yeah, the game has a true skill 2 system, so it's evaluating your behavior and all the actions, everything you do in the game. So yeah, so if you dodge games, they're punishing you now because they're basically the game is always testing you. The game's basically saying, hey, if you're great, we're gonna give the other enemy team one more better player that's higher on average MMR. And see if you stack over match each other. So what they do is even if I play a normal game, they will always, because I am where I'm at, the game will always give the opponent either more diamond players or more emerald players to try to match out my skill. So if I play the game, I've seen it now where the game will give the opponent 3 emeralds and a diamond, and the game will give me an iron and a bronze, and I'll still win with an iron and bronze player left to me, even though the normal game will have a diamond and 3 emeralds in enemy team. Because the game's trying to value up my skill. And the game's basically saying, they're like, holy shit, you're better than 3 emeralds and you're better than a diamond. And I'm like, yeah. Fucking League of Legends. So sorry, but you have to use normals to just kind of warm up. And then you get a feel for like the meta, you get a feel for like your champion pool. Like right now, Echo looks incredible. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play like mid lane Echo, like 3 normal games in a row. I can go 5 normal games in a row. And if I just go 5 on Echo, then it's like, okay, go right into ranked and you're ready to go. Because Echo looks incredibly strong, and I've already mastered Echo like years ago. Set aside time, I think a 3-month period. I was practicing Echo as much as I could, even when I was at the university. I'd be studying and practicing, and then I'd be practicing Echo. I'd be studying, practicing, doing something else, and then taking my own notes. Going to the practice tool, running normal games. Yeah. Basically, you know, if you win 3 games in a row in a champion in normals, then taking a rank. If you win 5 games in normals in a row with that champion, then go in a rank. You know it's good. But if you play that champion and you lose 3 games in a row, probably keep practicing whatever you're messing up at. Or find the right guy to the right kit. But know this, you know what's great with League of Legends? Every champion's viable. It's actually mastery. So when you go to Lowlytics, or you go to any of these other sites, let me explain it really quickly. Every champion is viable in League of Legends. US is not in a good spot. Well, in terms of what they should be and where they need to be at. US, what is this? This is not a stat. It's not a number. But United States over here under science, math, reading. Math is super simple. Math is incredibly easy. So I do not understand why the U.S. is falling back. Basically, we can fix this. Everything you're seeing is a policy failure. That's all. Actually, well, no, but yeah, you should still be good, man. You guys should be like top 5, top 3, like in everything. Our reading should be number 1. It's crazy. Our reading will probably get to number 1. But you gotta give us time. Because the United States is so big that, yeah. We'll get there. Oh, so League of Legends. She's playing bot lane. Damn, Senna's number 1 right now. You know, I think I did this. You know, I think I did this because people looked at my games and they were like, "Bro, this dude's killing people on Senna," and then everyone just started like rushing to play Senna. I think I did this. But the funny part is that Senna is actually not even that strong because no one understands the meta. I guess I'm the only person who understands the meta. But they're playing the wrong champions. I get it. Senna is great, but I think I started this. Yeah, I think people looked at my profile and they saw like what I did with Senna. And they all started rushing with my Senna, and they're like, actually, what they could do is just download my game. You could literally look up my game. You can actually look up like anyone's game, and then download it and watch it. And so then they can watch me play. And what's it called? I'll open League of Legends right now. Let's replay a previous game. That'll make more sense. Oh my god, that makes more sense. I should just walk people through what I did with Senna. Freaking A. That's hilarious. I should have did that before. Recording? Nice. Perfect. Oh, I gotta update this. Oh, are we still stuck on Sunday? We are stuck on Sunday. Oh no. Oh, you know what? I know what to do. That's like my best idea. I don't know. Something like that. Oh. Should I update this? Not yet. Not yet. In time. Wait. 4:20 in the morning. Still cold. It's still cold. Still wet to go. It's wet out. Shit, man. Cold. Too fucking cold. I was gonna do Summoner School Professor Art Ray, but I'm just too tired. I'm gonna save this for next time. Update.